Well, you want dish? In the United States, you have people worrying about imagining instead of getting a vaccine. During that, we're talking about you're talking to your sources there. What are they telling you about the things that are in the White House on this very dangerous spread of disinformation? Or you're not hearing that you said, I was just pulling something from some corner of the internet, which by the way is very powerful on its own. I was actually hearing what happened in Ohio. And what did I do about it? Well, listen, there's no doubt that the White House is and has long been concerned about the spread of misinformation around the coronavirus vaccines. We see their administration officials request earlier today told me that vaccine hesitancy and misinformation about the coronavirus vaccine are serious issues that they are working to confront. One of the officials told me that the issue of misinformation is becoming more acute, and that's because unvaccinated people who are really eager to get their shot is rapidly shrinking, and so they're coming face to face with the rest of the people who are still unvaccinated, who are mostly those who really believe some of this misinformation, or for one reason or another, are refusing to get the vaccine at this point. So the White House is calling this month a month of action to confront this, and that's why you're going to see the Vice President Tambayers, for example, he is expected to head out the first lady on a tour through some of these southern and Midwest states that have been hardest by this vaccine misinformation and also by these low rates of vaccination. But I will say that the White House really has been focused on combating individual pieces of misinformation. They're not going to come in and confront this. So I am hearing, for example, for what they are going to do is they're going to empower those trusted messengers in different communities, kids who are trusted within their communities, whether they're doctors or members of the clergy or other groups, and arm them with correct information. And they are hoping that over saw watching the anti-vaccination doctor at the House hearing. I appreciate your time. So, what was going through your mind as you were listening to Dr. Tambayers? You were there, actually.
No, you were fine.
See her, body language, her eyes. Well, this is such an important topic, and that was kind of the other day. Vaccines. But for me, I was really happy that she was showing people how effective it was. I had spent some time studying her and knew what she thought, and I was worried that maybe hearing her perspective would come off as credible. And I knew if I asked questions further, that she would expand and give you the conspiracy theories that you're hearing and give you the pseudoscience that is still harmful. Because as you said, that misinformation can be really dangerous in communities. So I was glad to see what was in the testimony so that others didn't fall prey to misinformation. And I guess my question is that if you really were successful in that, Jennifer Bush, your Republican colleague, for example, who sponsored the bill, Dr. showed up and whatnot, here, she wanted to get back out to the view, right? That this is legit. That when people hear that someone's found like 2 weeks after the other person got a vaccine, if things are linked, that makes sense. Never mind the magnetism and all that, and all that other things. Are you confident that people did walk away knowing that this is complete craziness? I'm confident that most people walked away knowing that this is complete craziness. I think you've seen the outpouring across the country on the internet of people showing that they're not vaccinated. Yeah, and doing that, that's really helpful because all of a sudden it doesn't seem scary and it doesn't seem credible. It seems like you are out there balance bodies balance that says that vaccines are safe. So, do we convince everybody? No. Still a lot of work to do. Still a lot of I have trusted one-on-one conversations with. And I do think that having it out loud, as we're doing today, is really helpful overall. So let me ask you, obviously, we agree about the law itself, the fact and in that capacity, to bring people to trust and understand you in a different way than they can, people like me or others. But the hearing that all this happened in relation to was a bill that, in part, would not allow to acquire vaccinations. So, as a doctor, why are so the bill that we were hearing is really dangerous. It's dangerous to people in Ohio. It goes beyond just coronavirus or vaccines and puts into question all of our public health vaccination programs. It makes it so that no one can even pass vaccine at these schools and universities and businesses and community centers. They're not able to help make sure that they're taking care of their employees, their customers, and their students in a way that keeps them safe. So it really undermines health. And unfortunately, we've seen bills like this in Ohio and across the country, which I think is going to lead to outbreaks of disease and it's really dangerous. So the bill in Ohio is very voting against it so that people understand how harmful it is. Dr. Lisa, Representative Wilson, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And I want to go back to Dr. Meyer now, who I really love that looking at President George W. Bush. And we hear Dr. Lincoln, who elected representative in our state, and laying all of this out. What I find every time something happens, like hearing like this, right? I learn something. I learn how not to say no, like, as a teacher, how vaccinated the kids in the same life. I think certainly a job once before, but I'm not the targeted audience to hear that. And this information here, even if it is spread across the country. How dangerous is it? It's really dangerous. Right now, 13 states Right. I mean, and you have a lot of states, I just see a couple of states in the South. I mean, we happen to be states like that. Masks are off. I mean, like the masks are off, right? They're off. Corner restaurants are full, and everything's gone. Doors are shut. So in that context, you're not warning about the Delta variant, right? 6% in the UK is the fall. Now it's to 91%. So what happens here? If we don't get the vaccine, these states and pockets, you just don't get anywhere close to herd immunity as the rest of the life.
Right. So let's look at Alabama, Tennessee, Louisiana. Only 40% of the population is fully vaccinated. And there is no money that's going out for it. So for large swaths of the country, they're highly and will achieve this goal somewhat of being large parts of the South and the West will not. And when we go much more transmissible, we are going to see largely unvaccinated parts of the country, a resurgence of the virus. You're going to see a resurgence of hospitalizations and a resurgence of death. We've already seen it start to rise up the onset, and will happen again in parts of the South and the West unless we get our act together.
Dr. Ryan, thank you. The next breaking news, tonight, the Biden agenda, a bipartisan deal on infrastructure has just been announced. That's just between, what about President Biden about to face off? This will not out here, not consider election at all. Those findings out front. When you all talk to the folks tonight, show the ground the black man shot and killed by deputies in North Carolina. Dies from a gunshot, specifically to the back of his head. Something the district attorney claims she was justified because he said Brown was driving his car wrong. I would describe number as compelling, inclusive, and original. I want the show to be a place where everyone watching has a stake in the conversation.
So I would like to see massive parking and 5 6 strong. A sealed lane with health park, a blue bird is very high. The base part of my job is that I get to dive further, which is critical because when you're able to it's not why arms explore the future of business, go to cnn.com/business info in association with Protocol Business.
Senators announcing tonight an agreement on infrastructure. Five Democrats and five Republican senators. They say that it does not tax. A senior Biden administration official telling CNN the White House voted to bill for this morning. That's a pretty significant thing to say. The press is wanting their this, but I think the White House to consider it. And Monty Rogers emailed Capitol Hill. Monty Rogers, this is significant. And on board, and that includes people like Manchin, right? But no tax that's not something a lot of Democrats want here. What are you talking about?
It makes a general sense that agreement between 10 senators, 5 on each side, but a lot of details still need to be sorted out. The outline agreement looks like this: $947 million over 5 years. That's how much it costs. $578 million of that is new spending. And over an 8-year time frame, that's $1.2 trillion. There will be no tax increase. Now, how is this paid for? That is the ultimate question. We're doing this that already enacted COVID relief money will be redirected to help pay for this. Also, with gas tax, we're going to increase indexed inflation. There are other infrastructure banks doing loans that provide to state projects. So, some details about that is sorted out, but not necessarily do what the White House has called for here, which is to raise corporate tax and also to raise individual income tax and high income earners. So that's not in this agreement. So ultimately, the details here and outlines are significant because two sides of that agreement make so much respective caucuses here. That's the question.
Yeah, that is a good question. I think the Democrats the one that tax increase they approved that tax increase by the White House. So I can't know what the details, but I know you did want to get a chance to speak to some Democratic senators today who had skeptical who would come to an agreement that would satisfy their party.
I think it's really very much negotiated. Really a lot, but there's no guarantee that you can get 50 Democrat votes for that. It's
So what is the likelihood that you feel yes support of Democrats?
It's a real question here. The White House, if it wants to support this, and Senate Democratic leaders, if they want to support it, they will really have to convince members on the left that their priorities that are almost certainly going to be left out of this bipartisan deal could get onto a second package. The next package is going to try to move their long party lines to a budget process that actually is not subject to filibuster in the Senate. Pass that with all just 50 Democratic votes, not 60 votes, as is typically required, but they need to get all 50 Democrats in line behind that approach. So they have to tell their members, okay, if you don't hold your fire on this, support this package because the next time you will be okay. We'll take care of you next time. So there will be a lot of salesmanship to go here. But Aaron, as you mentioned, a lot of the details that we're just learning about already is facing resistance, how it's paid for, namely redirection and COVID relief money. So we'll see if the White House gets along with this. In the past, they've said no.
All right, Monty, thank you very much. And Democratic Senator Kristen Sinema is part of that group that Monty talked about, the bipartisan group that came to an agreement on the infrastructure deal. But she is also far from a reliable backer of Biden's agenda. And some of her constituents back home say she might as well be a Republican than walk without money.
The same thing that I'm against.
Oh, what do you think, sir?
In triple-digit meetings, he's
Yesterday, which have Sinema's office.
progressives are pushing a message to the U.S. Senator Kirsten Sinema.
Going to Kristen Sinema's office? Kristen Sinema's office to force her to do something.
The frustration among the Democratic base is palpable.
Talk about she's being bipartisan. The people who are delusional. These people are delusional. They're trying to take our rights.
Much like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, Sinema has defined herself as an unapologetic moderate, defending the filibuster alongside Republicans like John Cornyn.
To those who say we must make a choice between a filibuster and X, I say this is a false choice.
That sparked protest in Sinema's home state. But it was this vote, the $15 an hour minimum wage, that progressive activist group Lucha called a betrayal. Lucha was one of the groups who went door to door to elect Democrats in 2018.
To see her courtesy and dance and walk away so flippantly. She was sending that message
As criticism erupted at home, Sinema posted this picture on Instagram.
to see a woman that told the American people to F off. Her message to them was clear.
Lucha says it's now Lucha that won the Democratic primary challenger to their senior senator.
Really,
We view her as a Republican.
Absolutely. Lucha and other progressives may be unhappy, but Sinema has voted with President Biden on key issues, from the COVID relief bill to liberal cabinet members. That's part of the ballot Sinema may be eyeing as she looks to her 2024 election.
or a state that is not there. We just barely voted for Biden.
Julie Berkeley calls herself a realistic Democrat who says to win Arizona, you need to win here in the suburbs. A third of the state's registered voters are independents. Sinema needs them, plus the Democratic base, to keep the Senate seat blue.
I do think that she's hoping that she's going to be able to broker some kind of a deal. If she can do that, then I think she has a win. And she can say, listen, bipartisanship works. She's got to show something for taking a stand. She has to show some policy wins. We'll have that yet.
Now, if this bipartisan infrastructure agreement actually comes to fruition, Berkeley says this could be a very big deal, the kind of deal that the naysayers here in Arizona wrong, but it is a very big thing. We did reach out to Senator Sinema's office today to see if she had any comment or wanted to talk about what's happening here at home, Aaron, and her office did not respond to our request for comment.
All right, John, thank you very much on the ground in Arizona. And next, President Biden about companies phase two. The issue hanging over this meeting was well placed election of all. Top proven critic is poisoned and is now in a brutal prison. I'm not talking about his close friend and what he needs to hear from Biden. The Trump circle of trust is now basically living on a lot. All moved in the hangers on. We're reporting tonight on who's in Trump's ear. Steve Fox is coming back.
Well, I think it's really exciting to see the international interest in Mars. Like Mars is much more interesting today than it was even 20 years ago. Remember, what we learned from missions that are there is that Mars was a lot more similar to the 3 billion years ago, with flowing water on the surface with an atmosphere. All that we really proved in the last 2 decades or so. So because of that, there's a tremendous international interest in really exploring our near Earth neighbor Mars. So I think that so right now we're running, of course, having an eye on exploration. So just, I just would say that Mars exploration has never been more exciting than it is right now. And I think that's what we're seeing.
How about the Sanjay Gupta? This, see it out.
Connect the world with Becky Anderson.
It all starts here, changing, fighting, creating, connecting. That's why we're here. We live here, work here, we're from here, and we're going wherever the story takes us. We are in Jerusalem. Real news that shapes our world. Exploring not just what's going on, but why, just what professional wants a keen perspective on this region from this region.
journey to the top for a successful business in Africa starts with an idea. But how does a concept become a moneymaker? Africa and global industry leaders share their stories. On CNN Marketplace Africa, Association of Toyota.
Check in, log on, and get connected with all of the latest developments at fingertips. CNN Park Hotel, connected to your world.
Hey, I'm Anderson Cooper. I'm excited to let you know my digital show, The Circle, is back. You can watch it every Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, 6 p.m. live, Eastern Time, or anytime on demand. Make sure you never miss a show. See that.
I'll speak to newsmakers, risk takers, and the ultimate game changers. Make CNN your first move.
First move with Julia Shatterley tonight.
I'm going to Nobilo outside London, and this is CNN. Tonight, the White House commenting that President Biden will deliver a quote, direct and very candid message to Russian President Vladimir Putin at their first face-to-face meeting. This is the First Lady is detailing Biden's preparation for his first quarantine. I think he's so well prepared. He's been studying for weeks, our policy. This is his forte. Caitlin Collins is out front with the president in Falmouth, England, and Caitlin, you reported that there was internal disagreement over whether a meeting should even happen. Is the White House on the same page now? What's going on?
I think it's inevitable. The meeting is going to happen in a few days. The White House says that is despite what we saw happen with that Russian court in the last 24 hours when they labeled those two groups linked to the political prisoner Alexei Navalny as extremist groups, barring them from running for office. And the White House says, despite that, and despite the differences between the United States and Russia, that meeting is still going to happen. But Aaron, they're instead framing it as because of those differences. And I think you can see that they are preparing for this to potentially be a tense meeting with the language that Jen Psaki, the press secretary, was using earlier today to talk about it, saying that it is going to be straightforward and it is going to be candid. Often when you see those words in official readouts of White House conversations between the president and other world leaders, it means it was a pretty blunt and not exactly warm conversation. And so I think that's what they're preparing themselves for. I think obviously with the Russian president interacting with the US president, there are always a lot of unknowns, and it's still not even clear if they're going to have a press conference afterward like we saw 3 years ago with former President Trump in Helsinki. And on that note, we should also note that tonight the former president is putting out maybe not a surprising but still stunning statement, essentially repeating his embrace of Putin at that summit, embracing him, of course, over U.S. intelligence, instead framing it as siding with Putin over Obama officials, even though it was the president's own intelligence officials at the time that said yes, they did believe Russia interviewed him. I think what's so stunning about this statement from Trump tonight, Aaron, is it's essentially trying to sabotage this meeting between Biden and Putin and sowing discord just days ahead of it, which I know it's Trump and he has broken so many norms, but still to do it with a U.S. president, your predecessor, when often you see former presidents kind of go into the background and fly while someone else takes over, it is still notable. But the White House says yes, they are moving ahead with this meeting in just a few days.
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Live from Falmouth tonight. And Mike is saying that when he sits down with Putin, he's going to quote, let him know what I want to know. Okay, and he understands he was describing right what this is code for. But the real question is, what? We'll tell him that up top that we've heard from Biden.
So you know what he's done?
Mm-hmm. I do.
No president talk like that about people while in office, right? So that raises some real questions about what will happen. And one of the biggest issues hanging over the meeting is exactly the case of election involvement. The jail critic and opposition leader whose organizations were just shut down and banned from operating by the Russian court, being extremist. Out front now, Vladimir Shurkov, a close friend of Navalny, has taken over his anti-corruption organization that just got banned. Vladimir, I appreciate you coming back on. I'm glad to talk to you. Thank you for staying up so late. What message does Biden need to deliver? What does he need to say? What can he say to Putin regarding the moment?
Well, first of all, be realistic. The U.S. and Russia have a lot of topics on the agenda. It's security issues, it's anti-terrorist fight, it's arms control, and of course, it's also Navalny and the political discussion in Russia. It's really difficult to imagine what those magic words that Biden can say to Putin to ensure freedom of Navalny. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
So the State Department condemned the Russian court decision, right, to say Navalny's organizations are extremists and to ban them. But the overall silence, the relative silence around this case has been pretty striking here. When he came back to Russia after he was poisoned, Navalny gets imprisoned in a brutal penal colony. He's on hunger strike. His health deteriorates to the point where he's close to death. And, you know, let me be frank, the U.S. has really done very little and said very little about it. They just have. Why? How unacceptable is
Yes, the administration has been consistent in the poisoning and illegal imprisonment of Navalny. To me, this rhetoric is really welcome. I don't think there's a silver bullet that the U.S. can use in this case to ensure that Russia is Navalny and moreover recklessly turns the course and becomes more tolerant of political dissent and less assertive in foreign affairs. I think we need to live in the
world. What does a meeting like this accomplish? What could Biden do that would put Putin on notice or in any way help?
I think it's still important that the leaders of the countries talk to each other. I think there's a little scope for any grand agreement, or at least it seems like it from from outside. Biden's rhetoric has been really belligerent against Putin. Let's see what the Senate brings.
All right, Vladimir, I appreciate your time and I thank you. Next, the state autopsy confirmed that Andrew Brown Jr. was shot in the back of the head by a sheriff's deputy. Shooting the district attorney says is justified. He says Brown was using his car as a deadly weapon. Brown family attorney is next. As the rise of death threats against officials, against Americans, and tonight a judge making one man a steep price for those threats.
With the world united in the fight against COVID-19, CG has developed its latest variant diagnostic test that can simultaneously detect multiple genes of the virus and its variants in a single reaction. The variant test uses CG's high multiplex PCR technology to streamline the process, enabling mass-scale testing. The swift development of the variant test was made possible by continuously monitoring the emergence and transformation of new variants using CG's real-time auto surveillance system. By realizing the synergy between biotech and infotech, CG has improved its automated reagent development system to quickly come up with up-to-date test kits.
Seizing the goal is to contribute to a healthy future for the community by making the risks more accessible in our daily lives.
I'm Russell Jerusalem, and this is
تحياتنا للأصدقاء النجوم. يا ريت يجمعنا التمام.
If we
could introduce ourselves to an alien life form, what
Yeah.
would we say?
Yeah.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Здравствуйте, привет, what?
Which you're doing is very important. We're trying to make contact with this section. Both voyages carry a type of photograph and such. Celebrating the sights and sounds of Earth. I was looking for images for 100 different topics. Agriculture, farming, science, medicine. Sports was only one. But if you were to choose one sporting event that was global and perhaps most representative of humanity, it would be the Olympics. And if you were to choose one athletic that was basic all sports, probably running.
What if the athletes chosen to represent humanity were never told? Didn't know the truth until decades later. This will outlive our planet. I just wonder how you feel about it.
Wow. It's just not something that you can't wrap your mind around. But your heart can and your imagination can.
All new Inside Africa. Go inside the inventive minds, evolving places, and creative trends. Africa you need to know now. South African women go above and beyond for science.
Not conventional. And it's floating around in the cave.
Inside Africa this weekend on CNN in association with Zenith Bank. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle and England will fight for it.
Harry decided, I'm going to go talk to my wife in a way that I would do. Tonight, new autopsy results confirming Andrew Brown Jr. died from a gunshot wound in the back of his head. Brown was shot and killed by the sheriff's deputies in North Carolina. They were attempting to serve warrants for allegedly selling and possessing drugs to Brown. This comes after the district attorney declined to bring charges against the deputies, saying the fatal shooting was justified. Sasha Chen is outside. Warning, of course, that you may find some of the video in this package disturbing.
7 weeks after Andrew Brown Jr. was shot and killed by Castle County deputies in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, a state autopsy confirms Brown's manner of death was homicide and that he died of a gunshot wound to the back of his head. This matches the result of a private autopsy commissioned by Brown's family and their attorneys. The report also lists another non-fatal gunshot wound to the right arm. The private autopsy mentioned 4 shots to the arm. The newly released state toxicology report notes the 42-year-old had methamphetamine in his system, but his levels were low and likely did not play a role in his death on April 21st. The autopsy comes after weeks of protesters demanding transparency and after family and friends laid Brown to rest in early May.
It's crazy what's going on right now. And I love my daddy to death. My brother said he's not here. He's here. We're gonna get justice behind this.
Still, less than 1 minute of body camera footage has ever been shown to the public. A warning that this video can be graphic as it shows Pasquotank County deputies arriving at Brown's house, guns drawn, yelling at Brown from his car to stop. They were there the morning of April 21st to execute warrants related to felony drug charges. The video was shown during a press conference in May when District Attorney Andrew Womble announced no charges would be filed against the deputies involved.
Mr. Brown's death, while tragic, was justified because Mr. Brown's actions caused 3 deputies from the Pasquotank County Sheriff's Office to reasonably believe it was necessary to use deadly force to protect themselves and others.
Womble said Brown had driven, quote, recklessly at the officers while trying to flee arrest, but attorneys for Brown's family says he was executed.
It was a kill shot to the back of the head.
After Womble's announcing the new charges, two of the three deputies who fired the shots returned to work. The third deputy intends to resign. Brown's oldest son says he just wants the killings at the hands of law enforcement to stop.
Wish he was here with us. It's not gonna happen.
Natasha Chen, CNN, Atlanta. Up front now, Chantal Cherry Ambassador, Brown family's attorney. Chantal, I appreciate your time. The autopsy report today says Andrew Brown Jr. died from a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Does this deeply validate the case? That, you know, we were just thinking about little snippet of video that we've seen. I know obviously your team has seen much more of it. But does this validate your case that he was killed while driving with the officers?
Yes, this does validate what you said earlier. It aligns with the fact that he was trying to get away from the police officers when he was shot in the back of the head, and that is what ultimately caused his death.
So when District Attorney Andrew Womble announced he was not going to pursue charges against the three deputies who fired at Brown, he said, just heard him there in that piece, that Brown posed a threat to the deputies with his car. And then he said, and I quote him, "I don't care what direction you're going, and neither do our courts." Basically implying, well, at the moment he was shot, it doesn't matter whether he's going forwards or backwards, that somehow is not relevant. What do you say to that?
Yeah, he actually stated in his press conference that he didn't care if they were standing still. That Brown say that Brown posed a threat to the officers. That is disturbing because at the point where the officers were firing at Brown, I see nothing from the video that he could see when he was a threat at that time. He was driving away from the officers, and again, that is how he shot back of the head. That aligns with the information that we have. And he was also shot in the arm, and the bullet went from back to front. Now, again, a shot in the back as he was driving away. So at that point, he was no longer, if they were saying he was a threat, he was no longer a threat when he was driving away.
So the officers, obviously, they defined the press charges against them, and two of the three deputies who shot Brown and out back at work. Two back at work, third scheduled to retire. The Sheriff's Department said that they were all disciplined and retrained. Have you been given any details about what that means, disciplined and retrained, since two of them are back on the job?
Yeah, we've been given very limited details from anyone, even the family members. They did not have the notice of the press conference that Womble held showing the video of this killing of their loved one. We didn't have any heads up, any information. So we are very limited in what the sheriff's office and the DA's office provide to us.
So then what are your next steps? It just seems like there's so much that you haven't been told, that you haven't been given, that you haven't seen. What are your next steps now that you have this new information from the autopsy tonight, Chantal?
But we're still sticking transparency and accountability. That has been the goal of the 21st. We have not received that transparency. We're going to go federally, certainly going to federal lawsuit. So that will be our next step. There's still, like I said, still a problem with transparency. We're still trying to see all of that. We want everything out. We want all the information. Everything that they're saying they have seen, we would like to have that to be able to give that to the family so they can start processing what happened to their loved ones.
All right, Chantal, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And I'll find out the area around Mar-a-Lago now becoming the new nerve center for the Republican Party. A new report ahead. And he threatened to hunt down an attorney representing the whistleblower who sparked Trump's first impeachment trial. And tonight, a judge is sending that man to prison.
This is the wonder. Our companies that are 100 years old. The Scottish Highlands, known for scenic rolling hills and single malt Scotch whiskey. One of the best known is the Macallan, founded in 1824 by Hartley farmer and school teacher Alexander Reed. The company attributes much of its success to its focus on wood, using high-quality sherry-seasoned oak casks. But for its first 150 years, the Macallan was barely known outside Scotland. In 1980, that all changed when the company started marketing the brand. The first batch hearing, hey, this is possible in 2 years. And Macau is now available in more than 100 countries. And in 2018, we debuted the study, inspired by its 8-point Scottish hills and dedicated to promoting sustainability into the next 100 years.
August 14 is very interesting watch. The 14th part in the local series, which came out once a year from Mary Disney. Really videos that are extremely and they were all highly competent watches that did something that no one would watch. The August 14 is a watch that looks a lot like a box on the wrist. It shows the time in 2 different time zones, but it does so by making what looks like a rise up out of a jukebox and they'll rotate underneath a record there. It's very much a well-rated watch. I mean, I love it just because I thought to myself, this is really there was something super watching conversation. It's one of the most interesting ones.
My name is Sonia Zapata, the youngest first professional female worker. I'm currently in London, but one of the ways that I want to connect is by taking my daughter and teaching my son. This is the way that we maintain our tradition and culture.
Businesses are transforming, preparing for a future where innovation will change the way we live and work.
It's going to be the most significant development in portable goods in 65 years.
It is a sense of doing, not to providing what is affordable living more.
Explore the future of business. Go to cnn.com/businessinvolved in association with business.
Tonight, the news center of the GOP. Former President Donald Trump surrounding himself with admirers when he's at Mar-a-Lago, his private club in Palm Beach, Florida. It allows Trump to live in his own reality and help maintain his grip on the GOP. Now, this is according to a new report. And these are just, show you here, just some of the members of Trump's family, longtime allies who moved in Florida and now live within minutes of Trump's club. And Josh Green, who wrote the Bloomberg article, is out front. He's also the author of Double Party, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Nationalist Uprising. So, Josh, thanks so much. Your reporting on this is so compelling here and fascinating. We've seen Republican after Republican go to Mar-a-Lago with Trump, right, to get that photo op. Kevin McCarthy, Ted Cruz, just to name a few, right? Everyone goes, Rick Scott, you see him. Tell me more about how South Florida, now called the Trump Coast, has turned into the center of GOP politics.
Well, Karen, there was a question after the January 6th riots about what Trump's post-presidency will look like. Would he maintain his grip on the party or kind of fade away like somebody like Sarah Palin did? And, it's become clear over the last 7 months that Trump is grip on the Republican Party is stronger than ever. So I went down to Florida to kind of investigate why that was. What I found was that instead of moving on Trump, a lot of the Republican parties kind of moved down to Florida with it. You mentioned family members, a lot of Fox News personalities bought homes around Mar-a-Lago. Lots of Republicans, donors spent time down there because South Florida, Palm Beach in particular, is really the new center of gravity. Trump is the party's greatest draw, and so he's managed to hold on to power in a way that previous long-term presidents like Jimmy Carter and and George H.W. Bush, who were immediately branded losers, were not able to do.
That's pretty incredible. You kind of liken it to Napoleon's Elba, right? His land in exile. But you've actually, it's interesting. Some of this we see from the videos we get, but you actually were able to put facts on it. You report Trump shows up at almost any event that happens at Mar-a-Lago, including memorial services. And he's got engagement photos. He loves to be a wedding crasher, and he goes to all these things and never misses a chance to talk about the election at other people's parties. There's a few examples.
As you say, you just they said, get 66 million votes, sir, and the election's over. Why not 75 million? They said, you saw what happened. Let's see what they find. I think we should try to get thousands and thousands and thousands of votes.
I mean, your reporting, Josh, just shows that he has created an incredibly tiny bubble, but one that really feeds what he needs, his ego.
That's exactly right. He lives in this surreal bubble where he's sort of worshipped and validated by everybody he comes into contact with, because he's really cut off from the outside world. He's not on Twitter, he's not on Facebook, he doesn't do CNN. So he really lives in this insular world where all of the myths, conspiracies are being perpetuated. And one of the interesting things about traveling down there was basically every activists, donors, to staffers, to politicians, and as you mentioned, have kind of come to terms with this for their own reasons. They're trying to boost Trump up for his instrumental value. Quite a few of them privately are worried about what happens to the president.
I mean, do they really believe in him? I mean, or it's kind of like, they're just sucking off of the whole thing, or are they believers?
I think it's more of the former than the latter. I mean, if you look at some of the staffers I talked to down there, unlike previous administrations, they can't go get high-powered jobs at Google or Uber or Amazon, especially not the January 6th insurrection. And so a lot of them are falling back and started groups to protect the vote. They would call it to stop people from voting. A lot of the donors who are real happy about Trump have decided, or talked to some peace, decided that Republicans are probably getting better. Voters, they're kind of biting their tongues, allowing them to roll the party. The problem is nobody knows how to want to.
And the bottom line seems to be from your reporting that he's actually not the preferred candidate for 2024. Who is?
Well, that was the shocker to me. A lot of people down there, like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, he's Trump endorsed. He's very popular, even popular with Democrats down there. I think Florida is viewed by a lot of people as a COVID success story. And like I said, the entire center of the party has moved down there. So even some of the biggest Trump advocates that I've met are now out there moving around DeSantis' re-election next year. A lot of people like him as a good prospect.
Interesting how Trump will see that, right? One thing supports the guy, and another having become the slave. Isn't that how it always works? Thanks very much, Josh. So that great reporting. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also tonight, a clear warning amid an alarming rise in death threats. Death threats to any people, like threats that you heard officials who stood up to Trump talk about corruption.
The person said, where last week? It was Trump about his own class actually came into my wife's cell phone.
These threats, right, coming into Republicans all over the place. The thing is, these threats have consequences. Today, Britain Atkinson, 54-year-old man from Michigan, who sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in prison for threatening Mark's aide. His aide is a lawyer. The whistleblower behind something. Because I read Mark will punch you down and bleed you out like how big you are. With nothing but time, you're running out of it. Keep looking over your shoulder. Judge saying he did not ignore the quote stark and brutal nature of this threat. We hope this sentence sends a message to all other threats out there that those words have consequences. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't forget you can watch Outfront anytime, anywhere on CNN Go, KC360. Starts now.
Two big stories breaking tonight. John Berman here in for Anderson. One is on the question of kids in COVID vaccines. namely whether to grant emergency use authorization for children under 12 just yet. That's what an FDA panel is discussing, and today the talk was contentious. At least 314 children have died of COVID, but one panel member is counseling caution. He joins us tonight, shortly, along with our own Dr. Sanjay Gupta. The other breaking story is a deal on infrastructure and just what to make of it. In a nutshell, $578 million in new money over present spending and no tax hikes to pay for. It's the product of a bipartisan group of Senate negotiators that precisely because of how fragile bipartisan anything can be in Washington, there's reason to be skeptical about what happens next. So joining us now, CNN chief political correspondent Dana Bash, host of CNN State of the Union, you've been working the phones, and I understand you have some brand new details of the group of senators involved, what kind of compromise they reached, and how big it is.
Well, we don't have the actual paper, so to speak, of the details of this bill, of this deal. But the fact that you do have that statement, John, from 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans saying, full stop, they have a deal. And of course, pretty low these days here in Washington. But that is a big deal. And why that's a big deal is, well, first of all, because we don't see it here a lot of bipartisanship these days, but also because what I was told early on that these senators were modeling the process and the strategy on was what the COVID process was, the COVID relief package at the end of 2020, one that the Republican leadership in particular in the Senate didn't want. Well, they forced Mitch McConnell's hand and said, you know what, we have enough senators on both sides of the aisle, we need to do this. The goal is similar, different dynamics, obviously a different guy in the White House, but it is very, very important. Also, Don, I'm told that these 10 senators are on a text chain. They have been constantly communicating. And the Democrats who have been taking the lead on this in that group is not Joe Manchin, who's gotten most of the attention, but Kirsten Sinema, who's also under fire from a lot of progressives as a roadblock to their agenda. Well, she has been working along with the others in this group, the Florida Democrats, really, really hard to not be a roadblock, to come up with a compromise. So certainly there's skepticism. We have to wait and see what the Democratic leadership says, what the Republican leadership says. But 5 and 5 in this environment on this issue is a pretty big deal.
It is, although you need 10 Republicans in this case, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep, you need 10. Now, that is really one of the key questions is whether or not they can get 10 more, 5 more, they can get up to 10. I was told that there are a lot of active discussions, particularly among Republicans and even with some of their like-minded Democratic friends, that they could get there. It's not done yet. And a lot of people are saying, well, hold on, we're not going to sign on to anything until they see the details, right, until they see pen to paper. Never mind what we see in the public. And so that is definitely a possibility. And a big question is going to be, never mind the Republicans, what the President of the United States says. And we know there is a new statement. Please.
I have that statement here, and it says 3 things. I'm paraphrasing. Number 1, the senators. Number 2, it says it has questions. Questions need to be addressed about the policy. In other words, everything. They have a lot of questions about what's in the details. And the third thing it says is we want to talk to other members as well. So the idea that I think the White House is going to want to reach out to other Democrats and take their temperature here. What do you make of that?
Exactly. Well, what I make of it is it's not no, which is something. And what I also make of it is that just if you kind of look at the environment that President Biden is in right now, he needs a W on the board. And although he very much cares about the specifics, cares about the content, cares about the policy, if there is a deal to be made here, and that he would almost certainly call a down payment, the Democratic budget chair, Bernie Sanders, his new good friend and partner, works on the other things, like, for example, let's get specific here, more help for childcare, more help for elderly care. Some of the things that Republicans say is not so. And the other thing that I want to say here is the caution I the so-called paid for. Republicans and Democrats who are working on this say that this deal has no new tax increases. And the question is, so how are they going to pay for it? And that, I think, is what the White House statement alluded to, whether or not that's going to fly.
We just don't know. We got to find out these details. We know the top line number. We need to find out much more information, but they have a deal that in itself. Big news tonight, Dan. Thanks so much for your reporting. Let's get back to work. More now on where Democrats stand on the key question of how best not to do what Democrats often do so well, namely tangle themselves up into all kinds of knots. Joining us, Democratic strategist and co-host of the Politics War Room podcast, James Carville. James, thanks so much for being with us. Look, you have one group of Democrats, these five, saying we have a bipartisan deal. You have another group of Democrats saying they're fed up with trying to reach compromise with Republicans. How do you sort that?
Talking about the bank law, that 5 seconds on Secretary of Treasury said by IRS enforcement, you could raise somewhere between $750 billion and $1.5 trillion. So we could pay for a lot with this enforcement. I think every Democrat can rally around that idea. And the truth of that is, we don't have the votes. So we got to get the 60 votes. I mean, if people get frustrated about that, there's nothing that can be done about it. And these people are trying to work to cobble something together. And it's not exactly what I was born, but it's a start. And you can't finish it until you start it. And I would also make the other point, the most important thing in my mind is 2022. If we can win the Senate, we can pick up 3-4 Senate seats. If you look at the map, if we hold the House, we can do all the things that a lot of Democrats want to get done, but we can't do it with 50-50 Senate and 4 votes larger in the House. You just can't do it. These people just can't count.
To that point, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the House, and she got wrong. She said that basically playing patty cake with Republicans, and there were other Republican senators, Democratic senators that were complaining about the same thing. So when we hear that, we want to play patty cake with Republicans. What goes through your mind?
What goes through my mind is a lot of these people that are criticizing this building cook PEI sports, they have no chance to go to the Republicans. Well, that's not the case with some. That's not the case with Joe Manchin. That's not the case with a lot of people. If we want to stay up, we got to do it somewhere else. Somewhere else. We don't want that. Political people are living their life. We got to be very So I think that the news is encouraging, but if we go off, if we talk deep in, then the same thing's going to happen to happen in 2020. I'm a political guy, right? But I can count. And if you want to change that, then if you can do it in that, do what you can, build up the president's approval rate, pick up 3 more Senate seats, pick up 6 or 7 more House seats, and then a lot of the things that you're talking about, you're going to be able to do. But we're having a discussion where we have to finish with all the majorities. And I just don't see it happen. I mean, I'm sure that they're all nice people and well meaning, very progressive people and everything, but somebody's got to get it out there. We just don't have the votes to do this kind of stuff.
How much do you trust Republicans, though? How much do you trust Republicans, though, to be negotiated, to be reasonable, truthful negotiators?
I don't trust them very much, to be honest with you. But if we look like we're trying, and they look like they're lying, then we're going to do good for 2022. And what the public wants is at least to try, all right? And then if we try, do something else, and we pull it out, then that is going to be our benefit. seeking outreach, and then we can do a lot of the things that people talk about. We can't do it in the current alignment that we've given the Congress of the United States. And that's just a fact, you know. I just wish people would realize this and give the president some operating space here. He's got some good things to say. He's done some good things, and I think he's going to be in a position to do more. It might not be as fast and as much as some people want, but some stuff can get done.
You did an interview with Fox recently, which got a lot of attention, and you said, quote, wokeness is a problem and everyone knows it, end quote. And you say most of the Democrats you talk to agree with you, but they're afraid to say it. So what exactly do you mean? Because you know the pushback from a lot of progressives. They're like, you know, James Garfield's out of step with the Congress.
Well, first of all, somebody's out of step with times because our vote, our non-white vote went down, right? So it was supposed to, and the reason is jargon, Spanish around jargon, I pointed out, 3% of Spanish people, female people in the United States refer to themselves as Latinx. I don't know anybody that's going to commit a cop. I don't know if you want to accomplish things, you have to talk language to people. And I have both people that can read and say, you know, James, honestly, I believe you just don't use my name. And it's just this obsession with dictionaries and language that is not conducive to getting across the point that you want to. If you want to convince people, you have to talk to people in the language that they speak. And we were getting away from that. And we had all to improve school stuff. And it's what I call it, and you know, not talking, and I'm not just talking about it, but not establishment. I think we're an establishment Democrat. You know, I'm sitting in Mississippi with an LSU shirt out. That they an establishment Democrat. But you have to talk the language of people. And when you do that, you're going to do better. Because we weren't talking to our own people. We got to understand that. We didn't do very well. And you know, if some people on the left want to act like we have a 70-vote Senate, they can act like that, but we don't. And somebody's got to step in and say, this is reality, this is the world. And they're so busy, you know, attacking Senator Manchin, when we find out that, you know, with trillionaires or whatever they are, paying zero taxes, when we find out we don't have with them, that's something that establishment Democrats and progressive Democrats and justice Democrats and red state Democrats can agree on. It's tax enforcement. So that there are many things that we can do together other than using jargon language of talking about things that are going to be impossible under the current political situation.
James Garfield, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. You bet.
Still to come tonight, a live report from the United States where President Biden made a major announcement involving coronavirus meant to reassert U.S. leadership during his first trip abroad as president. And it comes just as the former president released this bizarre, unhinged statement involving the trip. We'll have details on both next. And later, with COVID vaccine approval for young children possibly coming later this year, I'll speak with an FDA advisor who cautions against it.
To understand the debate, you need to look at the food, the glorious food. Come with me as I taste the flavors of the land and sea to discover what the food tells us about the past and the present.
A CNN original series. Stanley Tucci searching for info. Premieres June 20th on CNN.
I want to show one world to be a place where people watching from all corners of the globe can understand why what happens in Africa has a huge impact on all of our lives in ways we might never even know. Because of my background, I am well aware of the vibrancy of this continent, and I want to show that to the world. People of my continent do deserve to be heard. Our nation is beyond the small people.
One World, Same Action. Tonight on CNN.
I believe we have an opportunity to move towards hope because we are going more about this.
My name is Lisa People. I'm a philanthropist and an advocate for survivors of the back over 22 years. When I first started working in this space, I was simply trying to find safe shelter for girls who were 10 and 11 years old who were being bought and sold on our streets. One of the things that I remember very vividly was a turning point in our outreach as well is the feeling special children for sale. It took something like that documentary that was posted by Taylor Pinkett Smith to wake up people and for them to want to look at it and understand what we were saying. That is the reason we took that and we took it all over the world and we galvanized people around the movement that we have, the island movement, to tell them about St. Paul's and all that we kind of past that 83% of children said we that children are children and not the criminals.
We have to figure out the best way to get away. What's going to happen? This is first. Smiles. That's it. It's funny when you see something you know is wrong. You call the police. Why did you call 911? It's really hard to the virus is contagious virus. It's getting out of control. Today on CNN. Connect the world with Becky Anderson.
It all starts here. Changing, fighting, creating, connecting. That's why we're here. We live here, work here, from here. And we'll go wherever the story takes us. We have to protect our waves, our languages, that shapes our worlds. Exploring not just what's going on, why, just what is issue, what's the point, any perspective on this region, from this region. Voices and millions know, enormous yet to see. Observing countries move, still rooted in tradition. It all starts here, and that's why we're here, bringing you the world from our Middle Eastern hub.
Connect the world with Becky Anderson. Tonight on CNN.
Two major developments on the presidential level right now, especially important as they occur while President Biden is on a major overseas trip. The first, which we'll get to in a moment, is this new statement from the former president that is equal parts insane and disturbing and pertains directly to one of the leaders President Biden is scheduled to meet. We saw that on a major announcement made by Biden over the 500 million doses of Pfizer vaccine for global use. This is part of an effort to reassert U.S. leadership and counter similar efforts by China and Russia. The announcement came during the first leg of President Biden's trip, reestablishing the special relationship with the United Kingdom and meeting with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Joining us now, our chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, who's following events there. And, Clarissa, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson called this meeting with President Biden, quote, a breath of fresh air, despite the fact that then candidate Biden once called Johnson, quote, a physical and emotional clone of Donald Trump. So how did things go today?
Yeah, what a difference a couple of years makes, John. Ambiance between them was jocular, relaxed, showing a united front. Boris Johnson really taking pains at times to appear deferential to President Biden. President Biden made a joke about how both men had married up, so to speak. He said, yes, of course, I've not disagreed with you there, I've not disagreed with you on anything. So I think what we're seeing from the Prime Minister is a real desire to kind of pivot away the focus from differences that obviously have existed between the two, in particular on the issue of Brexit, but also on the issue of Northern Ireland, which has been getting quite a lot of attention, and instead to focus on the special relationship that we've been announcing this new Atlantic Charter, and really Boris Johnson trying to cast himself in the role of Winston Churchill and the two countries, the US and the UK, reshaping the world in a sort of post-COVID world and what that will look like, and all of the challenges facing these two countries in this new era. So definitely
definitely keen to underscore areas of cooperation and downplay areas of difference, John.
So, Clarissa, stay right there. I want to bring in CNN Fareed Zakaria for more on the other big development we mentioned. So, Fareed, the former president, Donald Trump, put out this statement. This is a week before Joe Biden meets with Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump puts out a statement talking about the great and very productive meeting he had with Putin in Helsinki. And everyone remembers Helsinki, where Donald Trump said that he had no reason to doubt Russia's claims that they didn't attack the U.S. election. So the statement that Trump put out a few hours ago says, quote, "As to whom do I trust?" they asked. Russia or our intelligence from the Obama era, meaning people like Comey McCabe, the two lovers, Brendan Clapper, and numerous other sleazebags, or Russia? The answer, after all that has been found out, is should be obvious. No policy during the meeting, and please give him my warmest regards. So basically, Trump just reaffirmed what he said in Helsinki, that he puts more faith in Russia than U.S. intelligence, and he doesn't consider the U.S. president meeting the Russian people.
What I think of it more than anything else is that Donald Trump is pathologically in need of attention. This is a man who's obviously depressed and desperate to be out of the media and limelight. He's trying to find a way out because this is a bad day. And he is saying pretty much whatever he can to get attention. It's a sad reminder of the kind of circus that was the Donald Trump presidency. He said crazier things when he was president of the United States. Now, as to the substance of what he's saying, you're absolutely right, John. What he's saying, by implication, is that he trusts the KGB, he trusts America's intelligence services, which is, you know, it's just breathtaking. One doesn't quite know what to say. I don't know which is worse, if he is simply saying this to get attention, or if he actually believes that the KGB's intelligence, self-serving intelligence of, you know, one of the longest-serving dictatorships in the world is better than the oldest constitutional democracies in the world. If that's what he believes, it only reinforces to me why Donald Trump was never fit to be president of the United States.
What do you think Vladimir Putin makes of the parade?
Putin is very smart. Putin is very shrewd. He understands America very well. I have had the opportunity to meet with him a bunch of times. I think he is not swayed by this kind of circus. He is looking, you know, he's very well engaged. He understands the issues. He knows he's going to have a conflict. And my suspicion is that he's going to push all the Trump nonsense aside and try to figure out, is there a way to have a more stable and predictable relationship with the United States? He's going to push hard to assert his interests. Biden is going to try to push hard back. So I would suspect that Putin recognizes that Donald Trump at this moment is really irrelevant. He's got to deal with Joe Biden.
So, Clarissa, President Biden's got a lot of work to do even before he gets to the meeting with Vladimir Putin. After Johnson, he goes to the G7. He's trying to tell U.S. allies that America is back. But obviously, these relationships need to be mended. How big of a lift does he have heading into the G7 meeting with other Europeans?
Well, I think he has a lift on several fronts. First of all, the very fact that we're talking about this statement from former President Trump just underscores how much damage was done by President Trump. And that was felt particularly keenly here in Europe. And now a lot of European leaders are still very concerned. Okay, President Biden is saying the right things, he's making the right gestures, but is America viable in the long haul? Or is it simply too capricious with this political system whereby everything can change on a dime and you can have a complete paradigm shift in the space of 4 years? So you're definitely going to see a need to feel that leadership coming from the U.S., not just in terms of rhetoric, but also in terms of substance. Also, there's a broader question: what does the G7 mean today? When the G7 started in the 1970s, you know, these countries constituted 80% of the world's GDP. Now they constitute 40% of the world's GDP. We're tackling these enormous issues like coronavirus and vaccines without the support of major superpowers like China, like India, like to a lesser extent Russia. So This is a pivotal moment existentially for the G7, I think, to show that it is still relevant, that these countries can come together, that they can build consensus, and really stand up as a barrier against rising authoritarianism in the form, most notably, of course, of Russia and China.
This is such an important trip. Great to call it the war. We're lucky to get to talk to you during it. Thank you so much. Next, the question of vaccinating young children against COVID and the FDA advisor who's urging caution for now.
Disaster strikes, the impact on one's ordinary lives can be devastating. Basic human rights like shelter, clean water, and healthcare must be provided swiftly. Since its foundations were founded in 1961, the Kuwait Fund has continued to grow, supporting livelihoods and those affected by hardship in over 100 countries through initiatives designed to promote prosperity and sustainable development for future generations. The Kuwait Fund, helping people help themselves.
I'm Stanley Tucci. I'm fascinated by my Italian heritage, so I'm traveling across the world to study how come with me as I taste the flavors of the land and sea to discover what the food tells us about the people that craft it and its distinct regions. The maestros make me pizza.
That's one of the best martinis I've ever had in my life. It's immaculate pieces.
This dish tells a story how it has survived the darkest of times. I can expect sushi I know now.
Here's June 20th. I'm Sam Kylie Kelly, and this is CNN.
Good morning, baby.
We've all heard the saying, apple day keeps the doctor away. Well, fruits of all varieties come with nutritional benefits. Apples are rich in antioxidants and fiber. If you're grabbing one as a snack, don't discard the skin because that contains much of the fiber. As for oranges, they offer more than just vitamins. They're a good source of potassium and also fiber. And a glass of orange juice can quench your thirst. Just make sure yours has no added sugars. Bananas are potassium and fiber too, and also vitamin B6. Grapes of all colors are chock full of antioxidants and other nutrients. And love your strawberry smoothie? Strawberries are a good source of vitamin C, potassium, and another essential nutrient called manganese. It's a little known mineral that your body needs to stay healthy.
A lot of COVID news tonight as we touched on earlier, but it's fine. We plan to 500 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine to give to people around the world. And late today, one of the dissenting voice on approving vaccines for use in children under 12. Dr. Cody Meisner, Director of Pediatric Infectious Diseases at Tufts University School of Medicine, he spoke out at a meeting of the FDA's Vaccines and Related Biological Products Advisory Committee, and he joins us now. Dr. Meisner, thanks so much for being with us. So why don't you think an emergency use authorization can be justified for children under 12 years old now?
Well, first, thank you, John, for the invitation tonight. I appreciate the opportunity. I think, first of all, we have to remember that these vaccines are absolutely extraordinary. And these vaccines are leading us out of the pandemic. We are seeing declining rates of disease that are so dramatic. And it's a combination of naturally acquired immunity from an infection and immunity that's been induced by the vaccine. Together, we probably have close to 75% of the United States population immune to COVID-19. And that's why we're seeing the dramatic decreases in disease. It's lower cases of illness than we've seen in the past 12 months. And that's wonderful. It's directly attributable to the vaccines. These vaccines are equivalent to our accomplishments in space. So landing on the moon, to placing a robot on Mars is absolutely astonishing, and we're so fortunate to have access to these vaccines. The issue is that disease in children under 18 years of age is also falling very dramatically. The most recent information from the CDC on COVID-19 shows that the hospitalization for individuals under 18 years of age is 4 hospitalizations per million people. Okay. A very, very small number. It's very different than the situation we had with adults several months ago. Earlier this year, we had 4,000 or more deaths a day due to COVID-19. We are not seeing that.
I'm sorry. So last before people are getting sick, I get that again. So why don't you think it should be authorized for children right now?
Well, whenever we administer a vaccine organization, there are 2 thoughts. Number one, is it going to benefit that individual? And is the benefit going to exceed any possible harm from the vaccine? And because the rates of disease in children under 18, adolescents and children, is so low, that is 4 hospitalizations per million, then we want to be sure that any side effects that are related, adverse events that are related to the vaccine, are less common than the complications from the disease itself. And we don't know yet. I think that's going to be the case. But I'm not opposing these studies. We need to do these clinical trials, but I'm a little uncomfortable about rolling out these vaccines to millions of children and adolescents because there are so many unknown factors. And one of which is this issue called myocarditis that does indeed seem to be related to the vaccine.
Okay.
The CD.
So hang on one second here, Doc, because on that point, I want to bring in CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. So Sanjay, first, based on what you know, where do you stand on the issue?
Well, I want to be very careful here. I think Dr. Martin would agree that we don't want to be parity vaccine because authorization, the sort of ratio of benefits outweighing the risks have to be proven for all the reasons that Dr. Martin was saying, and that may involve more involved safety studies. And when they do 12 to 15-year-old hospitalization, they did more sort of what are called bridging trials. They bridged a lot of data from older people to that age group. With younger people, you're going to have to do these safety trials and more complete data is going to need to be really approved here to prove that benefit risk ratio. I think one of the things I think is important to remember is that when we look at hospitalization, we look at deaths, because we don't still know some of the longer-term consequences, even in people who have milder illness that wouldn't have encountered for that severe illness. So I'm critical on the contract when we look at 12 to 15-year-olds who are being vaccinated, one shot. What is your message to those parents? John and I both have kids that age and we just got vaccinated. What do you say to us?
Well, I think approximately 23% of the children in that age group have received one dose. And it's a smaller number that have received a second dose. And remember, the myocarditis issue arises primarily in babies. It's primarily in younger adolescents and young adults. It occurs pretty specifically at 2, 3, or 4 days after administration of the second dose. It's more common after the messenger RNA vaccine than it is after the adenovirus vaccine. So all of those very specific factors, I think, need to be considered whenever one is thinking about vaccinating a young child or adolescent, because again, the hospitalization rate is 4 per million. So I would like to be sure that the side effects, specifically the myocarditis, is less frequent than 4 cases per million. Because as you know, the data from Israel, for example, where they're a little bit ahead of us in terms of uptake of the vaccine, they have seen rates relatively similar to ours, as has the Department of Defense in their immunization program. So all I'm saying is that, yes, we need vaccines for children, but we want to be very cautious that the benefit exceeds the risk.
Right, and just to be clear, you know, the frequency of myocarditis, I think out of 2.5 million roughly vaccine doses that have been administered, about 80 cases. So we're talking about something exceedingly rare here, doctor. And again, just for the audience, there are a lot of people paying attention who are considering these vaccines right now for people in that age range. I mean, this is the data they have. This is the information they have. I get that we need to be careful, but what are you telling parents about this vaccine for that age kids?
Yes, Dr. Gupta, it's a very difficult question. The point is, it's not the rate of myocarditis for everyone. The point is, it's the rate of myocarditis in a high-risk group. It's very similar to the vaccine-induced thrombosis and thrombocytopenia syndrome that was seen in younger women. It didn't happen in older women. It didn't happen in men. But if you take the rate for everyone, it's pretty low. But if you look at the rate in people who are in the increased risk group, then it gets to be a little bit more worrisome. And I think that's the issue here. Again, we need a vaccine for adolescents and children. But I think we also want to be sure that the benefit exceeds the risk.
Dr. Cody Miser, thank you for being with us, Sanjay. Thanks to you as well. New reporting just in how far beyond the norm the former president's Justice Department tried to pry into the online lives of some top Democrats, their aides, and family members.
Climate change affects people all over the world. But what if all food packaging came from nature and didn't impact the climate? And Tetra Pak we're on the journey towards delivering the most sustainable food package. Fully renewable, fully recyclable, carbon neutral. Go nature. Go carton. Learn more at gonature.tetrapak.com.
business stories. Complex expert analysis. Marketplace Africa, Marketplace Asia, and Europe. With CNNbusiness.com. Technology innovation business. Want a daily dose of reading history? Now you can get it with Fareed's Global Briefing, the newsletter that gives you the best insight and analysis on global affairs. Go to cnn.com/Fareed to sign up. All new Inside Africa. Go inside inventive minds, evolving places, and creative trends. The Africa you need to know now. South African women go above and beyond for science.
I like what I do simply because it's not conventional and it's like falling around in a cave.
Inside Africa, this weekend on CNN, in association with Zenith Bank.
More breaking news tonight, and yet another sign of just how aggressively the Trump Justice Department pursued leaks, even if it meant pushing all kinds of benefits to do it. The New York Times has the story out moments ago. The headline reads, "Hunting leaks, Trump officials focus on Democrats in Congress. The Justice Department seized records from Apple for Meta. House Intelligence Committee members, their aides, and family members. Already decided prosecutors sought data from the account of two Democrats on the committee, aides, as well as a minor. The target, according to the Times, sources behind news media reports about contacts between Trump associates and Russia. Adam Goldman shares the byline on the story. He joins us now. Black phone has it. He's a reporter. Which lawmakers do you want to the Justice Department with this? Well, we want to
Well, the group of Democrats who put out that statement, they were already in a meeting. They happened to have a meeting the day after Congresswoman Omar said what she said at the hearing, and they actually wanted people to see it. And so the people, number one, they were members who wanted the language to be even stronger than Congresswoman Omar, but they decided to pull back a little bit. And secondly, the notion that someone put in the police that there was no outreach to her is not true. I am told by folks familiar that there was a back and forth, and before these Jewish Democrats put out the statement, and there's no concern as you heard from some entities that certainly among Omar and her colleagues and other colleagues who are allowing the president to support her. On the other side, she continues to ban the claims. Just recently, she tweeted out progressive in coming to the defense of Muslims when Mo Brooks said something. And you know what? That did happen. So bottom line is this is far from over. This is deep. This is raw. And talking to Democrats tonight, incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah, man. Once again, thank you for this one. Our next new development in the fatal police shooting of Andrew Brown Jr. with a state autopsy confirms that the case was. What new legal action the Brown family plans to take when 360 is I thought something wrong with
For all consumers in this world, so it's important to know what the products you're purchasing will pay or things. My name is Susan Coppins, and I presently practice law in Atlanta, Georgia, the law firm of Coppin and Morris. Prior to being president of Law Ambassador, the office of monitor and that I know that it serves for fighting trafficking on what businesses can do to ferret out trafficking in this election. We talk much better about being aware of trafficking and individuals who are police and those who announce professionally, even if they see anything frustrating or making eye contact, they communicate without someone saying in a nation full. It's very important not to be a hero right there in the hotel to reach out to people. And I'd like to brag on the work done on these communities, which tells our lives, training, flight attendants, and also UPS. It's also very important to look at what the vulnerabilities are for providers and to get upstream of the problem and try to solve some of these vulnerabilities so that trafficking survivors don't fall prey.
You want some poo-poo, Belle? Belle? You want some poo-poo? Huh? I'm going poo-poo. No, not correct. Hold on.
Appreciate you joining us tonight. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. All right, a lot of news tonight. It continues. So let's turn to Chris for Cuomo Prime Time. Chris.
Appreciate it, John. Chris Cuomo, welcome to Prime Time with great news on our watch. Claims of deep state intrusion, claims of abuse of the government, abuse for political purpose. They were more true than we knew. Trump was making those. He was also the one who was complaining about the New York Times hails the Trump administration for going to extremes to track down leaks in the early years of the term, hunting for sources behind media reports of contacts between Trump associates and Russia, contacts that happened. Times said Trump did it under Jeff Sessions took the extraordinary step of having prosecutors subpoena Abbott for data from the accounts of Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee, along with their aides, their family members, and even kids. And they put a ban order on Apple. Apple wasn't allowed to tell them about what was going on. They were named vendor on this book. One of them was actually now chairman. He ultimately led the prosecution of Trump's first impeachment. He is coming on his own. This is much bigger. He tells the Times that data on him and others were used as a cover against his political opponents, functionally the members of the media. The politicization of the department acting on the rule of law are one of the most dangerous assaults on our democracy carried out by a former president. Remember, we know that exactly what we was White House was added, sourcing, found, prosecuted, and reported. And the Justice Department began a broad look at national security officials from the Obama administration. We had heard going after the report, even their phone, including members of CNN, going after the main members of the opposing party and their families. The New York Times reports that investigators also opened cases that focused on then FBI Director Comey and Deputy FBI Andrew McCabe, and that repeatedly the same staff that was tasked with these investigations kept arguing there was no case and that it looked bad, but they were told.
Hi, you're doing that. Cool.
Andrew is with us tonight along with Andrew, obviously, you're aware of some of the issues going up, understanding more of the scope and who they were going after and what the pushback was from the same staff. Well, honestly, Chris, obviously, I know that the president and his henchmen have had it out for me for many years, and that's not a surprise. But the revelations that we this team is journalist record now, absolutely groundbreaking step of subpoenaing data, private data, sitting in the context. I never, I have no idea that kind of stuff is going on, and it is just, 21 years in law enforcement, I served at every level I could possibly serve at if we get in the FBI, and I have never seen activity like this on the part dictated by the Department of Justice. I think that William Barr will go down in history as the person most responsible for undermining the Justice Department and using it as a political weapon. That actually department is an absolute disgrace. Norma, you heard that and why it's wrong.
Chris, representing people in Congress and DOJ, working in government and executive branch as a staff member, like those staff members who got subpoenaed in Congress, it is without precedent. It's groundbreaking literature, and they're going to be fallout, Chris. You're going to see congressional investigations. We're going to need to have a policy or maybe laws, not just we talked about that a few weeks ago, but to protect members of Congress. Chris, maybe going after the child of one of these departments of the bill, information about a child's account about it. And then Sandy says, we've already had criticizing for cover up in connection protecting Trump from obstruction charges. Now, all license suppression. So it's like a lot of things.
In terms of practicality, when you were in the certified of the agency, you had guys when you found something coming in and say, it's not there. This is what you want to do. We're not finding it. And even the things we're finding, even if it's finding, you can't make the case. How often was it that you guys would say, keep looking, just keep looking? Anyone who has served in a leadership position in the FBI or Justice will tell you that your job to here no more. Investigators tell you to process the facts that they are uncovering and to investigate team in terms of that you're going to take going forward. So when they come to you and say, I think we're done, you need to question and ask you questions to make sure that all the teams are crossing out your dotted. When the investigators say, here, that's the time to stop investigating the process. It's really, what you have here was really far from the preliminary paths to try desperately to generate some sort of information to put Norm, the idea of no, this is not the same thing as going after harmful mandates, like behavior, and proof and allegations of criminality. Another guy voted indicted. This was an investigation in search of proof, not the opposite. Big distinction.
There are cases where there are serious allegations of corruption. This case is one that comes to mind. Where, there's investigated. This was a pure act of political retaliation to this abuse of power. We talked this week about the president's former lawyer and the extraordinary things coming out. Counsel said, describing behavior as crazy stuff. Only he didn't use the word stuff. This is going to see that. Wonder how much more of this is going to come out. How much more abuse happened by Trump and by those who and in the Department of Justice, that is just appalling. And I think there are going to be consequences for far out of this revelation, and there should be.
Right. But look, Pelosi says she supports Jeremy Show. They're going to have to talk about the show. This is much bigger than shit. And the idea that they're going to look at, okay, now, what is most shocking in terms of scale? We have sessions testimony, okay? Maybe not controversial, and we've heard that he was directing him. In public meetings, and doing something, we saw that tell the truth, the same thing was happening. Then it gets shut down by my then all of us, all this type of stuff about gangs, healthcare fraud, to real people come, and I'm reading this from the New York Times, they come and tell Mr. Barr and Mr. Benjamin, they're both cases now there, it's not there. We can't do anything. And they're like, oh, I've never heard of it. Anything real, fair enough. You got to shut it down, including the addiction. But to have somebody say, oh, you got to do it, they'll find it, right? When we heard it before, when we heard it recently, I think Trump's phone call to the Secretary of State of Georgia, go find my vote, find the fraud for the election. That was the modus operandi of this administration. They wanted the they didn't care what they had to do to get it. Two things quick, Chris. I will tell you, I oversaw many cases in my time at National Security DAD, Office of Deputy Director. Every year they changed the rules on how we could think about going after reporters, information. And essentially it's illegal happening after the change of that policy. So the fact that so many times in the last few years of conversation is absolutely wrong. The last point I believe that was the last context is the same way that's still young. This day, how dare us actually see private outrage over on policy advisors who are that's right. And now, and this is the thing by that, but they're actively pursuing the records of members of Congress and the media to pursue some condition fantasy. I mean, that is a disgusting aspect of how it works. I mean, you read the report yourself, and you back that. Just start with this one on thing. They were looking for breaches of national security. But by definition, Trump, you believe him, was looking for any national security because there were no contacts. There were none. So why would you go as a matter of national security if you believe everything that you want was fine? So Norm, you take it from there. And this is a man in administration, as Andrew took the point. When they found these states, and guys like you and the kids, you state people get around government, use the processes for political power, that's what you're doing. And you ever see more of these examples? That's it.
Presidents and they get use the power to retaliate and destroy. are a straight line thread from Trump's comments in Russia. If you're listening to use as a candidate, his abuses in office, finding out more about them. And, you know, the president should not be president shocked about this. What we also should ask, we need to make sure that people face consequences, starting to challenge Bill Barr, legal evidence, not any longer you'll have to have one license and have to change. It's never happened again.
Denver, you have an answer to that question, and as part of the answer, found in the fact that I've identified Mr. Demmer, Ms. Edelstein, Mr. Blue, and Mr. Benvenuto are all still at the Justice Department, and therefore, they're not even set on line to see what the Department is awesome. And they can go through what they were told, and now through General Merrick Garland. How important is that? It's still what the champion is about, what yeah, well, where right, where is the outcome trying to DOJ, IG, where as they have to cooperate. That's where investigation unless they face political it's criminal liability unlikely. So yeah, they're there. If there wasn't prepared by the MP for Inspector General, they would have to publicly conversations, email, text messages from employees, all of that stuff. We need accounting as a nation of what happened inside our people in Department of Justice, and it looks like it was taken pretty far off the list. Our students, let me take a break to cooperate on the scale of the scope. This point with Anthony, but not in context of everything that happened. The number of times that Sessions and then Bill Barr told we don't know why we're having this movements and things that happened that made points we were ignored are just as shocking as really what happened. Please, Andrew, Norm, I'm sort of missing invitations right now. Stay with us and we'll keep this up because this is a better story to understand about how our company is. Stay with us.
Don't worry about it. That's because it's almost that first week. I've already eaten. Especially some nonsense.
I have sausage.
So did I. Never. The live stream of Bell again. I'll use this one.
Making small
The guy that Ron likes doesn't feel that way about him. The guy that Ron likes doesn't feel that way about him. Okay, I'm not connecting again. I'm going to turn off my Wi-Fi. Not connecting. So temporarily disconnect from Wi-Fi while it's connected here. How's it going to connect to the TV? It doesn't do it through Wi-Fi. It says the same thing with the temporary. So, our conference.
Connected about contact between the Trump administration and Russian systems. Now, we have never seen before how the start and extend of going after legal opposition without finding a single with investigators consistently pushing back against their bosses that there's nothing there and this is what we just got from the House Intelligence Committee. Wow. Individuals associated with this chairmanship, sitting members of the House Intelligence Committee, they had scrubbed.
I think Don knows it for a very long time. Just like
Including members, current and former staff, and family members, including minor children.
Your location disconnect from the wire. You can't connect anywhere.
Long list, which included chairman and potential partisan nature of the school, raised troubling questions about the department's willingness to engage in partisan investigation on a former.
Not this here. TV.
Now, with normalizing Andrew McCabe and Dana Bash. Dana, let me ask you a question that started.
I'm able to connect to Don when I go over there.
Which is, have you ever heard of anything?
I put our Roku back in. You're back to the remote. I can't do it if you got the remote. Hey, give me the remote control. I can't do this.
I'm doing it.
I'm going to reset it. Back to settings.
Who have been aggressively fighting against them. Congress is supposed to Congress has the oversight, not the administration. And the fact that the DOJ is used in so many political ways, but in this particular other president for the person I don't even have words.
Now, the good news is people who are involved in the higher levels are still there. So they don't have to walk. They
Does that mean that they could be collecting data on these people all over the place? It doesn't say when it stopped. It's really hard to know that because we haven't seen any legal process that was served on Apple, which would have the time period for which the collection was authorized. So it may have been 30 days, longer than that. The non-disclosure period, sometimes a company that sort of process typically runs much longer than the collection period. So it's hard to make an assumption about that based just on how long we know the data. And Norm, the idea of who was involved, going after Obama, interviewing them, no charges. Then it's a little sticky for them. Well, Ratcliffe, who is the director of national intelligence and British Trump ally, now they say in May 2020, declassified transcripts of the call. The authorized disclosure would have made it more difficult for prosecutors to argue the news story. So, at the same time, it's all wrong. They ended up with national security.
That is one of the reasons that democracy survived the onslaught of the past 4 years. Is this was a gang shoot string. When I was I saw
And I think they tell my people they always have a story to share about their first box, their first 64 count box, 24 count box of these for squirrel.
Crayola, the name synonymous with crayons, actually began 116 years ago under a different name, Binney and Smith, the company's founder. In 1903, the Crayola brand was born with the first box of crayons in 8 colors.
You're selling real chalk in schools and
Triple delay with the bugs eating the engine, infesting the engine for the flight out there. 6.5 hour delay while the reporters wait for a decline. Then it's mizzle, grounding and diverting President Biden for his first bilateral meeting with the British Prime Minister. Now it's a COVID outbreak, shutting the hotel and the summit in one. You tell me. That's not a typo. First word PEDN. Second word OLVA. I think it's Canova. But after entomological delays and mizzle, and now it feels like an elaborate joke to prove that saying about America and Great Britain being two countries divided by a common language. But the G7 itself kicks off in earnest tomorrow. Plagues be damned. Leaders from the US, Great Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan. For all the bugs and viruses and freak weather they are already contending with, we can be fairly sure that this year's G7 will end up being less of a fiasco than they hold the G7 once a year. Presidents and prime ministers of all these big influential countries all get together in person. Last year, it was America's turn to host it. We were supposed to host it. And do you remember what happened last year? Remember what's
My people looked at 12 sites, all good, but some were 2 hours from the airport, some were 4 hours behind, they were so far away. Some didn't allow this, or they didn't allow that. Mr. Rao, we have a series of magnificent buildings. They each go from 50 to 70 very luxurious rooms with magnificent views. We have incredible conference rooms, incredible restaurants. It's like such an actual.
With Doral, he decided that if it was the turn of the United States of America to host the G7 summit, the best place in America, really the only place in the whole country that would be suited to do that, would be his own hotel in Florida. And President Trump didn't just float this as an insane and totally illegal idea that he later tried to pass off as a joke on Twitter. The White House actually formally announced that this was what was going to happen, that this was the site that had been chosen for the G7. It was absolutely astonishing. This is the Washington Post that day. Trump has awarded next year's G7 summit of world leaders to his own Miami area resort. The White House said, quote, the decision is without precedent in modern American history. The president has used his public office to direct a huge contract to himself. Trump's Doral Resort, set among office parks near the Miami airport, has been in sharp decline in recent years. But now the G7 summit will draw hundreds of diplomats, actually likely thousands altogether, hundreds of diplomats, journalists, and security personnel to the resort during one of its slowest months of the year, when Miami is high and the hotel is often less than 40% full. Trump's decision to select his own resort as host of the international gathering is a sign that he's becoming more brazen about flouting criticism from Congress and shattering ethical norms that have been observed by previous presidents with regard to separating the duties of their office from their financial well-being. Trump Organization said today that it was, quote, honored to have been chosen by its owner, the president, for this event. They actually tried to do this. I mean, we're still learning like what he had the Justice Department do on his behalf. I hate Adam Schiff, subpoena his records. Have the Justice Department go after him and investigate him and all his staff and their families, right? But then there's also just like, I want the US government and lots of foreign governments to pay me. I've decided we're going to do that stuff at my hotel. The president said he wanted the G7 at his hotel. White House personnel went along with it. Whoever the poor sod was who was operating the White House Twitter account at the time, and to tweet this out is a big announcement about where the G7 was going to be. White House Chief of Staff at the time, Mick Mulvaney, announced it to the press from the White House briefing room. Somebody had to do it. And yeah, sure, it is actually written in the Constitution that U.S. officials can't take money from any foreign governments. But who's going to enforce it? Can't prosecute the president. No prosecutor after he's gone will be interested. The way they did this, any foreign government that wanted to participate in the 2020 G7 summit would have to pay Donald Trump and his family if they wanted to attend it. I mean, your country may or may not want to pay a personal bribe to the US president and his family, but in the case of the G7 under Donald Trump, all of those foreign governments would have been forced. The headlines in response were sort of amazing. Trump's most shameless act of profiteering. Trump's move to host the G7 at his resort takes self-dealing to new levels. The corruption is becoming more and more brazen. They did it. They tried to get away with it. Ultimately, they backed down. And ultimately, the 2020 G7 got canceled as an in-person meeting anyway because of COVID-19. But that came close to happening. They really tried to do it. And since we as a country went through insanity like that, let it be noted that apparently that was not enough of a wake-up call to make us make sure it couldn't happen again. We never enacted any sort of reform, any sort of change, any sort of binding rule to prevent something like that from happening again, particularly when a president can't be prosecuted for crimes while he's in office, according to the Office of Civil Counsel at the Justice Department. I mean, what did we do to make sure something like that doesn't happen again? We didn't vote out the guy who did it, but what's to say he's not coming back or someone even worse than him? He showed what could be done with the American presidency with somebody absolutely heck-bent on that kind of self-dealing and corruption and abuse. We leave it open to future abuse by not putting teeth in the rules and the norms that are supposed to prevent that sort of thing. And of course, we leave it open to future abuse by deciding he's never going to face charges for any laws he broke while in office. He couldn't face charges while he was a sitting president, and now that he's out of office, let's just hope that doesn't happen again. The presidency is still like that. The presidency still affords those opportunities for self-dealing and corruption if we get that bad an actor in there again. That's like an entomological measle. We're going to need to get over if we're ever going to set ourselves back on the right course. No more on that answer.
You are busy, working, parenting, problem solving. At New Challenger Vitamins, we've been busy too, innovating, sourcing organic ingredients, testing them, and fermenting. Fermenting? Yeah, like kombucha or yogurt. And we formulate everything so your body can really, truly absorb the natural goodness. That you can do you. New Challenger, wellness well done.
Shingles. Yeah, 1 out of 3 people get shingles in their lifetime.
Well, that leaves 2 out of 3 people who don't. I don't know anybody who's had.
Your uncle had shingles.
You mean that nasty red rash?
And down there next door had it for weeks.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Actually, shingles can be prevented.
Shingles can be what?
Prevented. You can get vaccinated.
Baby, call the doctor.
Hey, you can also get it from your pharmacist. 50 years or older, get vaccinated for shingles now.
This is power. So this, you recognize it. But for the corporate special interests and billionaires buying our elections, dark money is power. Billions spent manipulating elections, generating nonpartisan congressional districts, and restricting our freedoms. And why we need to ban dark money, ensure fair congressional districts, and protect our freedom to vote. Because the real power is you, and it's time for the people to win.
With relapsing forms of MS, there's a lot to deal with. Not just unpredictable relapses, all these other things too. It can all add up. Kesimpta is a once-monthly at-home injection that may help you put these RMS challenges in their place. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions. Ready for an at-home treatment with dramatic results? It's time to ask your doctor about Kesimpta.
Tonight, I'll be eating a pork by me with extra jalapenos. Thanks, baby.
Yeah, we about to get spicy for this virtual day. Spicy like a pajama pants. Hey, the camera is staying up here. This is not the second day.
An innovative material, lighter, stronger, sleeker, forged at a molten temperature for a scratch-resistant high-gloss finish. All at a fair price. Introducing the ceramic edition from Movement. Shop now at UnwinD.com.
Tony here from creditrepair.com. Take it to the streets to talk about credit. What's a good credit score? Go.
You want to spend right 600.
Maybe if you're trying to pay thousands extra in interest rates. Can your credit score impact your job?
Oh, I know.
No.
Oh, no.
Is credit repair expensive?
Isn't having bad credit expensive?
My man. Cut the confusion. Get started with a free credit evaluation at creditrepair.com.
On his first overseas trip as president in Britain today for the start of the G7, President Joe Biden is reaping the international rewards of not being his predecessor. Sorry, I get to revel a little bit at least first. How really right the world is at just
together, the rights, the rule of law, and the US really stick up to those two things together. So it's incredibly important that we should affirm that. And the talks were great, they went on for a long time. We covered a huge range of subjects, and it's wonderful to listen to the Biden administration and to Joe Biden, because there's so much that they want to do together with us, on security, NATO, to climate change. And, it's fantastic. It's a breath of fresh air.
It's fantastic. A breath of fresh air. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson speaking today on the eve of the G7 summit in Cornwall, UK. Today, the Pew Research Center released its annual global survey, and it turns out the whole world agrees with that breath of fresh air thing from Boris Johnson. Here's the headline from Pew today. America's image abroad rebounds with transition from Trump to Biden. But the election of Joe Biden as president has led to a dramatic shift in America's international image. Throughout Donald Trump's presidency, publics around the world held the United States in low regard. This was especially true among key American allies and partners. Now, a new Pew Research Center survey of 16 publics, meaning the public in 16 countries, finds a significant uptick in ratings for the United States. And when they say uptick, they mean it. Look at this. They asked people in countries around the world this very blunt general question, whether they have a favorable opinion of the United States. Last year, under Trump, the answer to that was not good. Our approval rating around the world was 34%. This year, 1 year later, 62%. from 34 to 62 in 1 year. Huh, what's changed? Here's a hint. Last year, in countries around the world, Pew asked the public, do you have confidence in the President of the United States to do the right thing regarding world affairs? Last year, the percentage of people around the world saying they had confidence in President Donald Trump to do the right thing was 17%. This year, under President Biden, it's not 17% anymore, it's 75%. That's not a jump of 70 to 75%, it's a jump of 17 to 75%. That's an uptick. That's how the world's confidence in America and the US president to do the right thing, that's how it has leapt by virtue of us voting Trump out and Biden in. That said, some considerable damage is done. Only 11% of people around the world say that the United States is now a very reliable partner. Yeah, how can we be all that reliable given what we just did in the past 4 years? A majority of people around the world, 57%, say democracy in the United States, quote, used to be a good example, but we haven't been a good example in recent years. President Biden is obviously benefiting from the contrast with his predecessor. But the aftermath of his predecessor is also posing ongoing challenges. As Biden tries to stand up the United States as once again an example to the world, he keeps saying, he's made it this touchstone of his presidency, that the United States is a beacon for the possibility and promise of democracy against rising authoritarianism and dictatorships around the world. To credibly make that case abroad, the home front challenges left in the United States in the aftermath of our previous president are an increasingly pressing thing. One that I think as a country we're not sure whether the Biden administration is up to dealing with or not. Clearly they'd rather move forward, but the past has a way of holding on.
Right now? Huh?
We just learned tonight, interestingly, that Attorney General Merrick Garland has scheduled a public speech tomorrow and announcements about vote rights and the concrete steps the department is taking to secure the fundamental right to vote.
I'm looking at my treat. Give me a treat. I'll go back to bed so I can eat so they can watch
The
me.
Justice Department under Merrick Garland has thus far taken no visible concrete steps to defend voting rights, even as every Republican landscape across the country has moved to roll back voting rights. As the former president continues to insist that the presidential election was somehow stolen from him and therefore voting must be restricted. We'll see what Attorney General Garland says about that tomorrow. We'll see what he has to say, if anything, about this very disturbing tonight that the Justice Department, including some officials who are still there, were involved in obtaining communications records secretly from sitting members of Congress. Yeah. We'll see if Attorney General Garland has any sort of follow-up on the warning a few weeks ago, the warning that the sham audit, sham recount of the presidential election result in Arizona was violating federal law in terms of mishandling ballots, mishandling elections. That Arizona event, that Arizona potential crime scene, has now hosted Republican state legislators from Pennsylvania, Nevada, Alaska, Colorado, Georgia, and Virginia, with more states to come, because Republicans want to do this sort of thing. They want to try to effectively decertify the presidential election results in all of those states, or at least delegitimize those results with an eye toward pressing to decertify the results. They're trying to do it anyway they can get their hands on the ballots and the voting machines. So Attorney General Garland announcing some sort of speech and announcement tomorrow. We'll see if he says anything about enforcing the federal laws that are supposed to block that sort of mischief that we are seeing now in Arizona that the Republican Party wants to take issue. On tomorrow night's show, we will have the gobsmacking story of a nonpartisan, experienced, effective local elections official who was just run out of his job by this braying mob on the political right that's increasingly going after even low-level, nonpartisan officials who won't go along with Republicans' efforts to undo and overturn election results to benefit politicians. So there's these, huge international stakes in terms of standing up for democracy in the world, right? President Biden saying that the role of America right now is to show that democracies can get stuff done. Democracies will show up. The tyrannies and autocracies competing with us. So the future of the world is self-determined. Couldn't be larger stakes. That's what the new U.S. president is selling today out there in the mizzle at the G7 in Cornwall. Just say, America back when they have, we sure hope so. But the home front is wobbly in terms of whether we are successfully fighting off our own rapidly consolidating authoritarian movement inside our own cultures, and whether we are establishing the necessary deterrence for would-be authoritarians who have proven pretty good at grabbing the reins in our own country. And we've heard today that President Biden and British Prime Minister Boris Johnson are signing a new Atlantic Charter, renewing and updating a commitment our countries made to each other as free nations in 1941, as Hitler rose and FDR and Churchill wanted to shore up the alliance of the free world against him and against fascism and against authoritarianism. When we learned that Biden and Johnson would be signing this new Atlantic Compact today, we called NBC presidential historian Michael Beschloss to get his take on where these two leaders are at right now with this update of that compact compared with FDR and Churchill fighting fascism 80 years ago. Mr. Beschloss's answer was not at all what I expected, and it curled my hair. Joining us now is great Michael Beschloss, NBC's presidential historian. Michael, thank you so much for being with us today.
Hi, Rachel. I didn't mean to curl your hair.
You did. Give me out a little bit talking about both the parallels and the contrast that you see between what FDR and Churchill were doing 80 years ago and what happened today.
Well, you know, a couple of moments in history, our democracy has been almost taken away. That happened in the 1880s. There was a Southern insurrection. That happened in 1940 when Americans had to decide whether we'd stand up to Hitler and Mussolini and the Japanese to make sure that we and freedom survived. The Cold War, especially a moment like 1960, when John Kennedy became president, he said, we are in an hour of maximum danger that our system may not survive. We have lived, you and I, and all of us watching, for 4 years through Donald Trump. Our democracy was almost taken away, but here we are, he's gone, the danger remains. You were talking about the fact that the Russians and Chinese would love nothing better than to chase democracy out of our country. They're uncomfortable with it. But the worst thing, just as you were saying, Rachel, is that we at the same time didn't have in 1940, 1960, and that is a danger to democracy from within. Another insurrection like January 6th, maybe another attempted coup d'etat, or worse, just as you've been saying, we're seeing these state legislators stealing voting rights from people in state after state. We are in danger of American elections for the presidency and other offices being something like the elections for Mussolini, which he won with about 94%.
Presidential historian Michael Beschloss. I've been thinking about history all day, and in starker and starker terms, the more I have heard from you today. Thank you for being so clear. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Rachel.
I'll be right back.
When our daughter and the kids moved in with us, from barking to church and couldn't keep up.
Turns out it's mostly water.
So we switched back to time. One wash, stains are gone.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. It's got to be Tide.
Hearing is important to living life to the fullest. That's why inside every Miracle Ear store, you'll find better cheers with your favorite bands. You'll find a better life is in store at Miracle Ear when you experience the exclusive Miracle Ear Advantage. Our team is devoted to your care with free service adjustments and cleaning of your Miracle Ear hearing aids for life. We're so confident we can improve your life. We're offering a 30-day risk-free trial. Call 1-800-MIRACLE today and experience the Miracle Ear Advantage.
When I was your work, getting shallow feet was never this easy. Mom's workout class was all the way downtown. I didn't get to design it. I ended up doing it. And that made me go, playground your age.
It's another day, and anything could happen. It could be the day you welcome 1,200 guests and all their devices. Or it could be the day there's a cyber threat. Get ready for it all with an advanced network and managed services from Comcast Business. It gets a cybersecurity solutions that lets you see everything. It's one person. Every day in business is a big day. We'll keep you ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibility.
I can see your eyes. You know how it typically goes. First you have irritant issues, then you have yeast issues. Stop going in circles. Azo dual protection fights yeast growth and urinary tract bacteria. Own your day with Azo.
Complicated. A bad mood related to a sluggish gut. Miralax is different. It works naturally with the water in your body to unblock your gut. Free your gut and your mood will follow.
Or Ron, actually,
Why couldn't really get the water? Township. No more paying full price for those needs from him. Anytime, anywhere, for less, a lot less. Get our special TV offer, a 4-week trial plus postage and a digital scale. Go to stamps.com/try and never go to the post office again. Local shops, saving pizza, and on pizza for free. Slices for that.
We guess that Ron has to start school.
Pizza that lets you own pizza for free. Download Slice, own pizza, and get pizza for free.
Just to quickly recap the breaking news we got right at the top of the show, the New York Times reporting tonight that the Trump Justice Department secretly seized communications records from members of Congress, from Democratic members of Congress serving on the Intelligence Committee in the House. This is something that has never been done before, as far as we know. At least 2 Democratic members of Congress serving on the House Intelligence Committee, as well as some staff members and their family members, including at least one child, had communications data subpoenaed from Apple by the Justice Department under Trump Attorney General Jeff Sessions and then by Attorney General William Barr as well. The Times reporting tonight that Barr's behavior around these investigations, quote, led some people in the department to see the inquiries as politically motivated. Earlier this hour, the Intelligence Committee Chairman, Mike Keys, told us that the new Attorney General under President Biden, Merrick Garland, has, quote, an obligation to clean house, to understand what the Justice Department was doing the last 4 years, to make sure there is accountability. That's going to do it for us for now. I'll see you again tomorrow night. Now it's time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Rachel. An obligation to clean house indeed. Your interview with Adam Schiff was exactly what we needed when listening to this book tonight.
This is one of these stories that, on the one hand, it's a little bit like the boiling frog. Like we had learned about the Justice Department having intervened at the president's insistence to help his friends and to try to investigate his enemies. We had learned about the way they were going after reporter sources in ways that appear to directly violate Justice Department policy. Some of those were published quite recent. And now revelations that they were going after sitting members of Congress, including those who were investigating him, and using a gag order to keep it secret from Congress as a whole and from those members. It is unprecedented, and the branches of government aren't supposed to be able to do this to each other. And I don't know what the consequences are here, but the Merrick Garland Justice Department has a huge mess on its hands that it needs to handle, and it needs to handle in a way that restores public trust in that agency.
Well, we're going to be joined by 2 members of the House Intelligence Committee in this hour, Congressman Krishnamurthy and Congressman Val Demings, who is now an announced candidate for Senate in Florida. They both have a lot to say about this. And Rachel, here's how we know how bad this is. Richard Nixon didn't do it. Richard Nixon wouldn't dare do it. And Richard Nixon was to go after leaks to the press, just like Trump's. And he wiretapped reporters. Richard Nixon wiretapped reporters. Richard Nixon committed crimes. Richard Nixon was forced to leave office. But this was a line Richard Nixon would not cross.
And now that we know it's been crossed, the question for us is, what do we do about it? What are the consequences of it? How do we ensure it doesn't happen again? Because if it happens, it's revealed, and it goes unpunished, it becomes de facto president. For not only, Donald Trump gets back in the presidency for him to do it again, but for somebody worse than him to do this because of the de facto precedent that it's okay to do, because once it was exposed, there were no consequences. If this stuff isn't rooted out, exposed, and punished, it will happen again. It will become the new normal, and this Justice Department will become something that we have never, ever had in this country before, even under somebody as bad as
Yeah, and your focus on what does Merrick Garland do next is so important. He has obligations that no attorney general before him has had.
Yeah, it's the worst job in government right now. I mean, there's no job I less like to have myself in the Biden administration right now. I mean, being attorney general is hard in the best of times, but to have to be attorney general and also to have to turn the Justice Department around, to pick it up by its ankles and shake it to see what falls out. And in some cases, they're going to have to undo actions taken by Justice Department personnel who were there during the Trump administration and went along with some of this stuff. But they're also going to have to mete out some consequences. And it's inescapable, and it is as big a responsibility as anything else they've got going on in government.
Yeah, and of course, traditionally, the attorney general of the new administration, even from a different party, doesn't ever really find fault with what's happened, procedurally from the attorney general of the other party that precedes him. And so they have no real muscles. They have no muscle memory about how you deal with something like this. And so this is the time when you need an attorney general who knows how to see things in a way that no previous attorney general has had to.
Yeah, and yes, exactly. It's not an option to ignore it in this case. If you are coming in after an attorney general who used the Justice Department at the president's insistence to reward his friends, to punish his enemies, to spy on his political opponents, not just spy on his political opponents, but to use to use all the powers of the Justice Department to surveil sitting members of Congress, including those on the intelligence community, at the president's insistence. I mean, you can't just be like, oh, we have policy differences. This is not policy. This is a department that broke, that we can't afford to let remain.
Yeah, and with government officials like this, the president and the attorney general, the line is not crimes. The line is not, did William Barr commit a crime? Did Jeff Sessions commit a crime? Did the president commit a crime? The line is, should this have been done? Was this wrong? Was this wrong?
Yeah,
and I don't see how the attorney, Merrick Garland, can sit at the top of that bureaucracy without comment on what it did.
Right. And Justice Department policy is there for a reason, right? I mean, the Justice Department policy about, for example, what you do with reporters is black letter policy. I mean, you can read the memos on that from the previous era of the Justice Department, and those policies are specific. If senior members of the Justice Department and perhaps even career attorneys or line prosecutors violate those policies and there is no consequence of it, then that policy no longer exists in real life because there's no consequences for breaking it. You just can't do that. I mean, the Justice Department has Office of Legal Counsel memos that they treat as binding precedent. They have black letter policy that they treat as the rules. And when those things are broken, you can't just say we're not going to do it that way anymore. We're going to go back to following the rules. It's not a self-repairing machine. I started off a couple of weeks ago feeling very urgent about this, and I got to the point where I'm feeling more than urgent about it. We are going to hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland tomorrow. This is going to talk about voting rights, which is one of the things in which his agency has done at least nothing that we can see publicly visible thus far. I imagine he'll have to talk about some of this.
We will see what he has to say tomorrow.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Well, Nixon didn't do it, but Trump did. Richard Nixon committed crimes as president of the United States. Richard Nixon wiretapped reporters as president of the United States, but even Richard Nixon would not dare go after the phone records of members of Congress
or their staff or their family or their children because he suspected they might be leaking accurate, incriminating information about him. But Donald Trump did. Donald Trump did that. The breaking news of this night is the New York Times reporting that Donald Trump's two attorneys general, both pursued investigations in which, quote, prosecutors subpoenaed Apple for data from the accounts of at least two Democrats on the House Intelligence Committee, aides and family members. One was a minor. All told, the records of at least a dozen people tied to the committee were seized in 2017 and early 2018, including those of Representative Adam B. Schiff of California, then the panel's top Democrat, and now its chairman, according to committee officials and two other people briefed on the inquiry. The Justice Department secured a gag order on Apple that expired this year, according to a person familiar with the inquiry, so lawmakers did not know they were being investigated until Apple informed them last month. The investigations began under Donald Trump's first Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, and were enthusiastically continued by his second Attorney General, William Barr, who brought in a special federal prosecutor from New Jersey, whose defense included gangs and healthcare fraud. Donald Trump and his attorneys general were searching for leaks to the news media in these investigations, and the New York Times reports, quote, after the records provided no proof of leaks, prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington discussed ending that piece of their investigation, but Mr. Barr's decision to bring in an outside prosecutor helped keep the case alive. The last line of the New York Times report contains this haunting fact about the officials at the Justice Department who conducted these investigations. Quote, Mr. Demers, Ms. Edelstein, Mr. Blue, and Mr. Benvenuto are still at the Justice Department, ensuring that Mr. Biden's appointees, including Attorney General Merrick B. Garland, would have a full understanding of the investigations. Leading off our discussion tonight, our Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy of Illinois. He is a member of the House Intelligence Committee, also as Matt Miller, former spokesperson for Attorney General Eric Holder and an MSNBC contributor. Congressman, let me begin with you, and I just want to give you an open mic here for your reaction to this breaking news tonight.
It's an outrageous trampling of democratic norms. We knew that Donald Trump had politicized DOJ. Now we know that he had weaponized the DOJ as well. And so now we absolutely must have a full investigation of what occurred at DOJ. Secondly, we must hold those accountable who may have even broken the law in this affair. And third, we have to put in guardrails to prevent this from happening again. There are a number of questions that need to be answered with regard to that last issue, and I can go into that if you wish.
How do you feel about those Justice Department officials who were involved in this investigation still being there, including that special prosecutor that William Barr brought down from New Jersey?
Yeah, that particular prosecutor, the gang prosecutor, Mr. Benvenuto, was brought in to basically investigate, it looks like, members of the committee. And why he's still there, I don't know. But at this point, I guess he'll have a lot of explaining to do because there needs to be a full investigation and he needs to be at the center of that, along with the other three people that you mentioned, and of course, Bill Barr and others.
Let's get a Justice Department perspective on this. Matt Miller, again, with your Justice Department experience, I don't presume to guide your response here or thinking about this. I just want to give you also an open mic for your reaction to this breaking news.
You know what this looks like, an unprecedented abuse of power. I mean, Donald Trump was very clear repeatedly about what he wanted the Justice Department to do. He gave a list of people he wanted investigated: Jim Comey, Andy McCabe, and Adam Schiff. And after disclosure, we see that each of them repeatedly by the department have had their records subpoenaed. And look, It's not like there is never a case when the Justice Department can subpoena information from a member of Congress. Obviously, in political corruption cases where members are targets of the investigation, they have their information turned over. There was a case when a Senate Intelligence Committee staffer pled guilty to a leak 3 years ago and had records seized by the Justice Department. So it is not inherently wrong. But for the Justice Department to target a member of the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee and to go after people's family members, and when you overlay a couple of things, number one, the fact there's no information yet, they targeted Republican members of the House Intelligence Committee. When you conduct a leak investigation, you look at all of the people who might have had information and might have disclosed it. Obviously, the Republicans would have had the same information the Democrats had. That's how Congress works. There's no indication that they had the records subpoenaed. And two, when you see Bill Maher make this extraordinary step after the investigation comes up dry, when they find nothing, go forward, and he moves a new prosecutor in, that tells you that something's wrong. And it doesn't take a genius to add 2 and 2 together and get 4. Donald Trump said we wanted the Justice Department to investigate, and the Justice Department went out and investigated, Chairman Adam Schiff. And when they came up with nothing, Bill Barr doubled down and moved a new prosecutor in to try to go after it again. It looks like an abuse of power, and it's hard to see it as anything but that.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi issued a statement tonight in response to this breaking news. She said, recently it has become public that the Trump administration sought account metadata of House Intelligence Committee members and staff and their families. The news about the politicization of the Trump administration Justice Department is harrowing. These actions appear to be yet another egregious assault on our democracy waged by the former president. I support Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff's call for an investigation into this situation and other acts of the weaponization of law enforcement by the former president. Transparency is essential. Congressman, what is the next move for House Democrats?
Well, I think that there's definitely going to be a call for an investigation. Obviously, the Biden administration and the Justice Department are going to probably initiate their own investigation if they haven't already. But I would not be surprised if we have hearings about this particular issue, whether it's in a classified setting or otherwise. But this is something that, is unprecedented, and it deserves an incredible amount of attention because, in this particular case, Trump, made out of the Justice Department what foreign countries routinely do with their supposed justice departments in an effort to intimidate and to basically get rid of dissent. And so that's what's going on here, and get rid of oversight as well. And so we're not going to stand down. We're going to double down on our oversight duties, and we're going to make sure that this cannot happen again.
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy and Matt Miller, thank you both very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Yeah. And coming up, we'll get House Intelligence Committee member Val Deming's reaction to tonight's breaking news after she has announced that she is running.
And heart disease. But could your medication do more to lower your heart risk? Cardiovascular death, heart disease. So it helps save your life. Or stroke. And cardiac lower.
A series of dehydration or maybe fatal.
Yeah, I know.
legacy of this pandemic, that worker flexibility and the choices that they have and employers' comfort level at making those choices available to them is going to be the new normal. I do believe that most employers and employees in the end want to have a level of interaction with their colleagues so that they can drive the business forward. It's just going to look a little bit different. But we don't believe that there's a over remote working coming on a permanent basis. It's a reaction to a health crisis and an economic crisis that eventually will find its way somewhere in the middle again.
As the sun sets in Seoul and Shanghai, deals are signed in Dubai, and Europe is already in play. New York prepares to make its first move. I'm Julia Chastity, host of CNN's First Move. I'll speak to newsmakers, risk takers, and the ultimate game changers. Bold moves, big deals, winning trades. It's all right here. Make CNN your first move.
First Move with Julia Chastity tonight.
I'm Max Foster in London, and this is CNN.
Monday, Barack Obama, the interview everyone is talking about. Do you ever think we'll get this dark? His take on America's future.
This experiment in democracy is not self-executing.
Barack Obama on fatherhood, leadership, and legacy. Monday on CNN. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, an unlikely couple, redefines royalty.
Harry decided, I'm going to look after my wife in a way that I wouldn't do.
So sorry. Royal revolution. Harry and Meghan. Sunday nights.
Cristiano Ronaldo in Amsterdam, Afghanistan, with elements of the Galilee division in the
Here we are in Habira, a village that has not had any food distribution since June. When the families have finished looking at the names, they come here. This is
How's Bell get on my YouTube? How does Bell get on my YouTube?
There she is.
She's live. She's live.
Yeah. And if you're friends.
She's live.
Did you hear your voice?
Yeah. Yeah. And then I turned off.
baking sheet, the sticky side sticks to the metal. The side that likes the oil is facing up. So when you pour the oil on top of it, it disperses evenly over the baking sheet, making a nice thin layer. So we can get away with using just 3 tablespoons.
That looks great. Okay, next up, the fries. I have Yukon Gold potatoes here, and we're using Yukons because they have a nice thin skin and you don't have to peel them. So I'm just going to cut them first in half lengthwise.
Right, so you went to the thin part of the potato.
Yes, that just means we'll get more fries. And I'm trimming a tiny sliver off the long side of each half. Instead of cutting the traditional wedge shape or even the matchstick, we're going to go with planks. That ensures 2 flat sides for nice browning and crispiness, and we don't have to flip them as often.
Ah, very clever.
That's it. This is 2 pounds of Yukon Golds.
Okay.
Next, if I were to take those potatoes and just dump them on this sheet pan, pop them in the oven, they're not going to crisp up.
I've done that. It doesn't work.
What we can do is put something on the outside that we know will crisp up, and that ingredient is cornstarch. I've got 3 tablespoons here, and instead of just sprinkling this on the potatoes, which will make the fries end up being a little crusty, we're going to mix it with some water, 3/4 of a cup, but you can't put the potatoes in this either.
No, that looks pretty watery.
Yeah, nothing's going to stick. What we're going to do is pop this in the microwave. That's going to cook the cornstarch just a little bit. We'll end up with something that's a little pudding-like, but it'll be thick enough to coat the planks really nicely. It's going to take anywhere between 1 to 3 minutes, and I'll be stirring every 20 seconds. So here we go.
It really transforms with those few minutes in the microwave.
Yeah, so it's pretty warm, but not too thick, not too thin. If you do overdo it a little bit, you can just add a couple tablespoons of water, put it a little at a time, whisk it in, thin it out. So
Brings it right back.
Yeah. So I'm just going to add these potatoes. And I like to get in there with my hands. It's a little hard to get them to separate sometimes when you're using a spatula. So what I'm looking for here is to make sure the potatoes are each lightly coated with this goo. Once they are, we're going to transfer them to the baking sheet.
So I'm going to tell you, this looks really weird.
It feels really weird too. And I got some weird looks in the kitchen when I was doing this, but it's totally worth it.
All right.
So these look
They look right. I'm trusting you at this point.
They look right. There's just a thin coating on here. Let's see them on the baking sheet.
All right.
I just want to make sure there's a tiny bit of space in between each plank so that they're not touching each other or getting glued to each other.
Yeah, they're actually pretty well spread out on that baking sheet.
Yeah, I found that if you crowd the baking sheet, they don't brown as quickly and it's not as satisfying. Okay, so one last thing to do. We're going to cover these guys with aluminum foil. This has been greased. We're covering them so that they steam in the oven. That'll take about 12 minutes in a 425-degree oven, the very lowest rack of the oven. And then I'll remove that foil and let them brown on the first side, and that'll take anywhere between 10 to 18 minutes.
Ooh, they smell like fries.
It looks like fries, or they will when I flip them. Right? The cornstarch coating has mostly disappeared, which is great. And I'm just going to flip these over.
I was not expecting them to look like that. All of that with just 3 tablespoons of oil. That's a real feat.
Yes, this looks great. This is ideal. The center ones are usually less brown. They'll darken a tiny bit in the oven as they continue to brown.
Right back in the oven they go?
Yes. They're going to go in for another 10 to 18 minutes to brown that second side. And we're using the very lowest rack of the oven because then the fries are right up against the heating element.
Makes sense. My goodness. That is quite the transformation.
Right? Don't they smell great?
They smell amazing. It went from really weird looking to really amazing looking.
You wouldn't know they had looked weird earlier, right? So first things first, we're going to season them just like with all fries. You want to get the salt on while the potatoes are hot. I've got a half a teaspoon of table salt here, and it might sound like a lot, but you'll notice a ton of this is sticking to the pan, so don't worry. Just gonna give them a quick toss. One of the things that makes French fries taste like fries is that salt, and we want to make sure it's getting on early enough that it sticks.
Boy, those fries really make a sound on that baking sheet. They sound crisp. These are the most beautiful oven fries I've ever seen.
So let's get these off. We want to make sure they're wadded so they're not greasy. A little tap.
Am I ready for fries? So you have some ketchup here.
I'm all about the condiments.
Are you?
Yeah, for sure.
It has such a crisp exterior. It's fry first. It tastes like a fry. You can see that nice creamy interior. That's hard to get on any fry, much less an oven fry. I mean, look at this. That's a gorgeous fry, no matter what kind of fry it is, much less that it came out of an oven with only 3 tablespoons of oil. Mom, these are oven fry perfection. So if you want to make the ultimate oven fries, start with a rimmed baking sheet and spray it with cooking spray, then vegetable oil. Cut Yukon Gold potatoes into evenly thick planks. Make a cornstarch slurry by cooking water and cornstarch together in the microwave. After tossing the fries with the slurry and arranging them on the baking sheet, roast them on the lowest rack of a 425-degree oven, covering them with oil at the beginning and flipping them over partway through cooking. Don't forget to season them with salt while they're still hot. From America's Test Kitchen to your kitchen. Killer recipe for thick cut oven fries.
Sprite. Gawa para sa init. Gawa sa lemon at lime.
Thanks for watching America's Test Kitchen. What'd you think? Well, leave a comment and let us know which recipes you're excited to make, or you can just say hello. You can find links to today's recipes and reviews in the video description. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel. See you later.
Hey everybody, Hunter Fisher, Trapper Trainer, Guide, Scout, and Interpreter, and just a country cook, Steve Hall here in Nashville, Tennessee. Hey everybody, Hunter Fisher, Trapper Trainer, Guide, Scout, and Interpreter, and just a country cook, Steve Hall here in Nashville, Tennessee, along with pretty Miss Sheila running that camera. Hi Sheila. Today we're going to make beer batter onion rings. I'm going to make them for 2 reasons. One, because I'm from Minnesota and they beer batter everything up there. They got beer batter fish, onion rings. I think they got beer batter. I'm not sure. And they love their beer in their batter. In fact, they run around singing them songs. In heaven there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. And when we're gone from here, all our friends will be drinking all the beer. They love that kind of stuff up there. And the other reason I'm going to make these onion rings is because of Sheila. You see, Sheila and I go over to Sonic, that drive-in where the girls come up with the roller skates and bring you those delicious hamburgers. And I always ask Sheila, you want some onion rings? No, I don't want any. Are you sure? No, I don't want any. I look out there and they got small, medium, large. And even though I want to get small for just me, I order mediums. Because when I get those burgers, I hand her hamburger and I got mine. I sit that little cardboard tray on the center console of my truck. And pretty soon I notice my count ain't the same. They're missing one here and there. So I kind of look like I'm looking out the window and out of the corner of my eye. I'll see that little finger come over and take an onion ring. You know the lady that didn't want any? Yeah. So we're going to make a few extra onion rings because who knows, maybe a little finger will come in and grab one in the middle of the recipe. I don't know. But let's get started on some beer batter onion rings. Come on over here. I'll show you what I'm going to do. Now, I always use sweet onions, and I buy these big onions for the onion rings. And I go over to the section where it says sweet onions peeled. So they're already peeled, but that don't make any difference to me because I still cut the ends off, which I've already done. And then I do make a little cut in here and peel. Even though it says peeled, I still take that softer outer chunk off of there because it just doesn't work good for the onion rings. And then I cut these babies nice 3/8 or so, nice thick slices here. I've got one cut up already over here in this bowl. Whoop, whoop. Make sure you cut away from your hand. See what happens? Perfect reason why I always cut away from my hand. And then get one more slice out of there. I get down. You know, don't do any of this stuff here. Make sure you go straight down away from your hand when you cut. You can use smaller onions, but make sure you use sweet onions. And what I do is I punch these all out, and I pick the perfect ones, like these little guys like this. I keep them in the refrigerator so I can go ahead and use them the next day. But anything that looks like it'll make a nice onion ring, I keep. And then little teeny baby ones out in the middle. Oh, these are so good in a salad. And I pick the ones that look like they'll really be nice. Fried onion rings. little soft on the outside, so I'll put him over there. These look good. What I'm doing is I'm putting them in a bowl of cold water over here. Really cold, because this whole recipe, you want to keep everything as cold as possible to fry up so crisp and so delicious. There we go. These are even kind of good. I might throw a couple small ones in there. Then we're going to put this in ice cold water here. And we're going to hit this good teaspoon of salt. And we're going to let these soak in here and make sure they're nice and cold. Even to put in a little bit of ice. I just want to keep that really, really cold right sits on the counter. What we're doing is we're kind of making these sweat a little bit with that salt. It's going to pull some of the moisture out of the onion rings, and we're going to want that so we can coat it with flour. We'll see in about 20 minutes when these have been in this ice water long enough before we can give it the first coating. See you then. All right, our onion's been soaking for about 20 minutes in the salt water. And here's the thing, how many times have you ate onion rings and the breading falls off the outside or the onion falls out, it doesn't stick to the onion? Well, this process is going to cure that. And what we're going to do here, I'm going to pick the best of the best out here. And we're putting this in just regular flour and squeeze around. Make sure you get the inside and the outside. And we're going to lay them over here on the side here. And we're just going to let them sit for, again, another 20 minutes until this breading, this flour, really soaks, sticks to the onion. We're going to make a batter, which is totally separate from this process. This process will make sure that your batter sticks, not only during the frying process, but during the eating process to your onion. You get these all floured up, and again, this is just regular all-purpose flour. You just want to put a coating on these onion rings. Set them over here on this rack so they get tacky, so it sticks to the onion, which has been sweating because of the salt. I'll be back when I get these all battered up here. Now, I said get these all battered up. What I meant to say is get them all breaded up, because we're going to make a batter. But this kind of reminds me of being down at my grandma Hall's years ago, because we basically turned this flour and water on the outside of the onion into glue. And we used to make homemade kites when we were kids. And what we use, a little flour and a little water, mix it up, put it on a newspaper, hold it over the string and the sticks, and that's a whole nother show. But that's what that reminded me of. So it's real tacky now. It's been sitting here for about 20 minutes. And while we're doing this, letting this rest, it'll give us an opportunity to make our batter. Now in here, we're going to put 1 cup of all-purpose flour and 1/4 of a cup of cornstarch. That's going to make it real crispy and real good. Now let me tell you what's in here. I got a teaspoon of paprika. Where's my little phone here? I always keep track of all my ingredients. Yeah, I got a teaspoon of paprika, a teaspoon of salt, a 1/2 teaspoon of baking powder, and a 1/2 teaspoon of white pepper. And I use white pepper because then you don't see the little specks on there. And that's what we're going to put in there. And I kind of mixed up the ingredients. Don't worry, because we always put all the ingredients right under the video. Just click on see more or add more, whatever that button is. It'll drop down. You'll see the entire description for the entire recipe in there. We're going to mix this together, and this is going to be our batter. Wait a minute. How can we have a batter with dry ingredients? Oh, I know. Now you can use any beer you want. You can use a dark beer, a light beer, Michelob Ultra is what I'm using here today. I'm going to put in about a cup, but we're going to do this where it turns into almost like a pancake batter. That's what we're looking for. Let me pour this in, kind of get this mixed, and see where we are. Get it too thin, you can always add a little more flour, a little more beer, a little more flour. Pretty soon you'll have a 55-gallon barrel of batter that you have to mix with an outboard motor. So we're going to try to make sure that we hit our target early. Now see, this is a little thick. So this beer, we need to thin this out. We want to get it nice and like I say, pancake batter, not too thin, but we want it so that they'll sink down in there when we move them from this rack over here into here and into the oil. So heating our oil up to 350 degrees. oil, you can use canola oil, you can use vegetable oil of any kind that you want. Let's see what we're doing here. Just took a little bit more flour to get a perfect batter. Look at that. Pre-floured, tacky onion rings in here and into the oil. But before I do that, I want to explain something. The other day we did a recipe where we did deep fried Coca-Cola. Now on the front of this cooker, you'll see that it says 275 degrees. And I mentioned in the recipe that we were cooking at 350 degrees. And we were. This is passing 300 degrees right now, and it kind of levels out at 350 when this cooktop here is set at 275. So don't let these cooktops lie to you. If you think you're cooking something at, say, 225 or 250, put a thermometer in the oil or in your recipe, whatever you're cooking, to make sure that this thing isn't lying to you. So now I'm going to cook these onion rings at 350 degrees, just a little over 300, and it'll stop at about 350 when I have this set at 275. So don't send me any emails that said, hey, you said you're cooking at 350, but yet your stovetop says 275, and I have no idea why. I kind of stumbled across that because I said it at 275 thinking, I'll go in and get some of our ingredients ready. This was on another recipe. Throw on my little trusty apron, come back in here, and I came back, and the gauge was at 350 degrees. I thought, that ain't right, but it stopped at 350. I thought, perfect. I know if I set this at 275, the oil will be at 350. Now we're up to about 310. We'll see at 350, and because that's where this is going to stop, even though this is at 275. Ignore that part. And then we're going to put these onion rings in this beautiful batter and make these pure batter onion rings. See you in a few minutes. I just wanted to let you know this thing's lying. See what they say, even though the cooktop is set at 275, look at the gauge, 350 degrees, ready to cook. I just wanted to show you that. Okay, our oil is perfect. Our batter is just perfect. Our pre-flour breaded onions are perfect. It's time to put these in there. Now you can use a fork or anything you want, but I like these little skewers that you use for kebabs, because when you pick one of these up and put it in there, you don't get a lot of batter on here like you would with a fork that gathers it up on all the prongs. So once we got it in there, we want to shake off the excess. Kind of pick a moment when it's not dripping. Right there. Drop it in the oil. See, we don't hardly have anything on this little skewer. I like using a little wooden skewer. Push it under there. I'm only going to do a few at a time. We're going to move them over here to our paper towel. Now, I was cooking venison heart the other day, and I was putting it on a paper towel, and the guy sent me an email that said, I was watching it on the Food Network, and they said to put it on a rack over paper towels. But if the paper towel is that far below the rack, how does that suck up any grease out of anything? I've been cooking fish for many, many years, and I've been cooking stuff like this for years, and I always put it on paper towels. Same with bacon or any of that stuff. You go to some of these restaurants and they got that bacon and it's just greasy. They've laid it on a rack over paper towels. So just for fun, and I want whoever sent that to me, just do it however you want to do it. That's fine with me. But just for fun, I went on YouTube and I looked up deep fried onion rings. There was a lady on there cooking them. I think she did a dry recipe or maybe a batter. I'm not sure. Maybe it was beer batter. And when she got done frying them up golden brown here, she put them on a paper towel. It was a lady, maybe you've heard of her, Martha Stewart. So if it's good enough for Aunt Martha, it's good enough for Steve. We're going to put these babies on a paper towel over here. And I'll bet they stay just as crispy and as crunchy as can be because it's going to soak the oil out. And I'll bet our first one is getting pretty close to being done here. Give it a turn. Whatever it is. Okay, Sheila?
Okay, I see. Awesome. You always tell me you don't want the onion rings, but I see them little fingers in the corner of my eye sneak in there. See? Well, you didn't say you wanted one. You said you wanted none. See, there's some. Now, I know you guys out there that are watching, you don't have any of them women that do that kind of stuff. Whoops, you got to put this in the batter first, Steve. See what happens. Sheila gets me all mixed up. There's guys that got those wives out there that say, I'm not really on a diet. You go ahead and order something, and I'll just have a bite of yours. Well, I don't want anybody to have a bite of mine. I want to eat mine. Or, no, okay. Okay. These are looking so terrific. Look at this. Man, oh man. Don't be afraid to cook the pie. And to see that batter never gets any thicker on that little stick. I like that part. Use a fork and you get all kinds of excess stuff in there. Money, we're going to have to go to the state fair and get a booth. Make beer batter onion rings and make $1 million. You know what? And she would go with me too. She's just that kind of girl. I'll tell you. I got another stick over here that I can use just for stirring these onion rings around and taking them out. And it won't never have any batter on it, so I can double stick it. See what I'm saying, Sheila? Look there. For all my Minnesota fans out there that like their beer batter stuff, this recipe is for you and anybody else that likes beer batter, fish, onion rings, whatever. Let's get these over here on this paper towel. Cool them off. And while they're still hot, let me get my salt shaker over here. While they're still hot, you want to give them just a touch. You can use kosher salt or whatever. Just give them just a little teeny sprinkle of salt on the outside while they're still hot. If you let them cool off from the sun, then the salt won't stick with them. Boy, couldn't be happier with the outcome. These are just great. I see one that's got the name Sheila written right on it. And see, here's the thing. After Sheila steals enough onion rings out of my little paper container over there, what is it? I think it's like 6, 8, and 10 or something like that. 6 is the small, 8 is the medium, and 10 is the. See? But you didn't say you wanted one. You said you wanted none. I said, are you sure you don't want any onion rings? Well, why don't you just say, well, I'll have one. So I know whether to get a small or a medium. That's why I ordered the medium. Quite. All right. You notice how many more I got over here? Because I've been so shocked through the years of being ripped off from my onion rings that I made a whole bunch of them today. We're going to have way too many here. We have to give some of the neighbors. All right. Oh, you got it framed up over here. You don't have it on the paper towels, right? All right. We'll move over to the paper towel. Perfect. Thanks to Sheila sneaking my little. Now I got batter on both of those sticks. I got to keep track of what I'm doing here. Look at how nice. Sweet. Thanks to Sheila robbing them out of my little paper tub over there at Sonic. Sonic. I love the little song too. I've got so many onion rings that I'm going to be cooking here for 15 or 20 minutes before I get done. Yeah, see. Man, oh man. I think if you just take one great big onion, you might have enough for a meal. You don't really need 2, but I wanted to make sure that I had the best of the best looking onion rings that were real nice, and anything on the outside, any of those that broke, or any of them that didn't look just right, or the little teeny parts, I left them in the bowl in the kitchen. They're going to go in a salad, and some of them are going to omelet in the morning, and all the above. Look at me. Thanks to Sheila, I have onion rings cooling on paper towels all over the place. Now, if you got some guests coming over, remember this is 2 onions, and the ends were cut off, and the centers were punched out. I never even used that part of it. I know I might be out of frame here, but let's let these cool, and then I'll show you how crunchy these are laying on paper towels. See in a second. Look what I have created. Enough onion rings that even Sheila can swipe one. And I'm going to take one of these. These are cooling off a little bit. I'm going to take one of these, and I'm going to bite it up here by the microphone so you can see if it was okay to lay them on paper towel. Hear that crunch? And look, the breading sticks to the onion because we pre-coated them. I love to bite them crunchy ones up there. And we got 2 types of dipping sauce here. The standard ketchup. And over here, my favorite sauce for anything onion. Bloomin' onions, onion petals, onion rings, Frank's red hot sweet chili sauce for dipping. Try this if it is. Oh. This stuff is so fantastic. This is delicious. You have got to try this recipe. They're crunchy. You can provide a couple different dipping sauces. Did I miss something? Did you guys see anything? I think that might have been the little onion ring bandit from Sonic who just swiped a big juicy onion ring out of there. And that's why I made some extra ones. I know the little fingies are going to show up sooner or later. But you're going to just love this. 19, 20, 21. I'm missing an onion ring. There's supposed to be 22 of them in here. But there's one missing. And the thing, a little Sheila-meister might have got it. Of course, I already get out of this one again because it is so good. I love to crunch this up by the mic. Hear that? Yeah. They are just absolutely outstanding. Get you some sweet onions, get you some beer, get you some batter, get those ingredients. I'll put it right underneath the video. Get yourself some Frank's red hot sweet chili sauce for dipping and more. I just love anything onion and that stuff. And get you some friends over to the house, whip this up, deep fry them, put them on a rack or paper towel, whatever you want to do, doesn't matter to me. And try this recipe. We hope you enjoyed it. And again, this goes out to all my beer batter friends up there in Minnesota. We hope you subscribe to our channel. Now that's pretty easy. Little shotgun red face will pop up over here just a little bit. When it does, click on it. When it says subscribe, right next to it is a bell. If you click on that bell and then click the notification box, you'll be notified every time we come out with a new recipe. Hope you do that. Yeah. We'll put another recipe over here that we hope you enjoy. And is this the best beer batter onion ring recipe anywhere on the planet? If it ain't, it ought to be. By the way, like I mentioned, all the ingredients are right underneath the video. You never have to go to a website to get any of our recipes. But if you do want to sneak over to our website, you can do that too, shotgunred.com. You can click on our wine link and show you where all the wine is, only in Tennessee, unfortunately, but it's still delicious. Or you can click on Cooking with Shotgun Red and find our locations, and it'll run you right back to this. Or you can also go to our general store and find some Shotgun Red dolls like we have on the set, videos of our live performance, all that stuff. Most of all, I'm going to take a couple of these put them on a plate, set them off to the side, because I know the little swiper fingers that come by and grab some of these. And that is the biggest kick I get out of that. When I go to Sonic, nothing makes me happier than to be eating my big cheeseburger and on the corner of my eye, see a little finger come over from someone that absolutely did not want any onion rings in his. The console was too close to her, so that's the reason. See you next time right here on Cooking with Shotgun Red. Say goodnight, Sheila. What are you to talk with your mouth full of onion rings? See you next time.
I made a lot of changes since being based here in Siargao. To me, it wasn't just about moving to a different place. It was also about bettering my life in ways I believe in. From adopting healthy habits, making an effort to live sustainably, to being more mindful of the food that I would eat, up to the products that I would purchase and use. I went from using products I didn't know weren't only harmful to me, but the environment as well, to going as natural as I believed I could, but didn't necessarily get any results. Coming from showbiz, where getting all glammed up was a must, my hair really suffered in return. With all of the products, all of the hairstyling, my big curls as a younger girl just ended up being damaged and dry, and it just had no life at all. So I'm really glad I learned about clean beauty and how there are products like herbal essences BioRenew that were created with both the consumer and the environment in mind. Because in switching, my hair has gotten results I honestly never expected my hair would ever get again. Herbal Essences BioRenew actually brought my hair back to life. And it's been doing such an amazing job at keeping it nourished. Now I feel like as soon as I step out of the shower, I'm always going to have a good hair day. And this is outside of the fact that I'm often exposed to the sun and I'm always swimming in the ocean. Over time, I've definitely learned to be more confident because I don't have to worry so much about how my hair looks without a professional having to style it. It's been pretty much wash and wear for me now. This is exactly why I've been a loyal user since the first time I tried Herbal Essences BioRenew. What I love even more about it is that it contains ingredients we actually Howdy folks, and welcome to the Hillbilly Kitchen. Today we're going to be making my mama's onion rings. Howdy folks, and welcome to the Hillbilly Kitchen. Today we're making southern fried pork chops. Now, what we're doing in this recipe today is we are making basic breaded southern fried pork chops, and we're going to end it off with some gravy made in the pan that the pork chops were made in. There's a whole lot of variations on this recipe, but I want to give you the basic recipe so that you have something to build on and you can change it, adapt it, add different spices to it, whatever you want to do to make it your own. But I know there are a lot of you who are new to the kitchen because of what's going on right now. And I know there are a lot of you who are really having to stretch your food dollars. So this recipe is going to do both those things. And I want to cover, like I said, all the basics, everything you need to know to make this delicious, tasty, tender, and also not make your family sick because there are a lot of things when you're handling raw meat in the kitchen that you need to know about. And if you're new to the kitchen, you might not know those. So basically what you need is you need some pork chops. It can be bone-in or it can be a pork tenderloin, boneless, whatever you want. If you get pork tenderloin, it's very, very an economical way to prepare or to acquire meat to feed a large family or a large group of people. Pork tenderloin is a boneless cut of meat, and you can usually get it in whole or half tenderloins. It can be up to this long and weigh like 6, 7 pounds, but you can get it on sale a lot of times for as little as $1 a pound. And you can always find it on sale for $2 a pound. Even now with the unreal grocery prices, you can still get pork tenderloin on sale. And this is actually
was half of the pork tenderloin. I've already cut some of it and got it prepared in different stages for this recipe. But you can have them, like I said, cut it in the grocery store for you, however thick you want it. It's a really good way to buy meat right now with prices being what they are. For the basic recipe, the only other things you need are a half a cup of milk or half a cup of buttermilk. If you have regular milk, you'll want to add a tablespoon of lemon juice to it or a tablespoon of plain white vinegar to it. And what that's going to do is you're going to marinate your meat in that, and it's going to help tenderize it. And if you don't have buttermilk, if you're using the regular milk and the lemon juice or the vinegar, go ahead when you start the recipe and mix those together in just a small bowl with a lid on it, or a bowl big enough to hold however many pork chops you're going to make. And this half a cup, it'll do up to about 6 boneless pork chops. If you're going to be making more than that, you'll have to double the recipe. Dump your milk and your lemon juice or your vinegar in the bowl, and that lemon juice or that vinegar is going to kind of curdle the milk. It'll help flavor your meat, but more than that, it will help tenderize it. And the other thing you need is about half a cup of flour for breading. Now, you can use all sorts of things for breading. I have a half a cup of self-rising flour. You can literally use any kind of breadcrumbs. You can use cracker crumbs, any kind of cracker crumbs, buttery crackers, cheese crackers, seasoned crackers. You can crush up croutons. You can buy pre-made breadcrumbs. If you need a gluten-free breading, I highly recommend instant potato flakes or potato flour. It adds a lot of flavor and it works just as well as regular flour. It's a gluten-free thing that you can do to your food that's not gonna, you won't feel cheated if you do it. And I actually use potato flakes a lot of times in my breading. I'll cut it half and half with flour just to give it a little extra crispness and a little extra flavor. So for all you gluten-free folks, the potato flakes or potato flour is a great option for this recipe. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many things. You can combine things too. You can do part flour, part crackers, part flour, part breadcrumbs, just whatever you want. But the basic recipe is just half a cup of flour. And you need salt and pepper. Now that's the only two things that you really have to have. If you are on a low salt diet, save the salt for the table because you can use less salt and get the same flavor. So you want to hold all your salt till the end and you sit down and eat and just sprinkle it on it. I put onion powder in. If I'm preparing any kind of meat, I always put onion powder on it because it adds so much flavor. Onion powder is a very inexpensive spice. If you're new to cooking, buy you some salt, pepper, and onion powder, and you'd be amazed at what you can do with that. For the gravy, I'm only going to make a cup of gravy. So I have a cup of milk and about 2 tablespoons of flour, and I'll add salt and pepper and onion powder to that too. But let's talk about our meat. If you are going to store raw meat in your refrigerator, put it in a freezer bag, not in a regular Ziploc bag because regular Ziploc bags tend to leak. Or put it in a bowl with a leak-proof lid on it, something like a Rubbermaid bowl or a Tupperware bowl, something like that, that's not going to leak. The regular Ziploc bags, they tend to be slightly porous sometimes and they will leak. The freezer bags are much less likely to leak, and you don't want to contaminate everything in your refrigerator with raw pork or raw chicken or raw beef. That can really, really make your whole family sick. Now, I don't want to reuse this bag either. If I don't cut all this up and use it all in this recipe, I don't want to put it back in this bag because I have the pork all over the edge of the bag, and that's going to contaminate my refrigerator. So you want to be very careful with that. You really can't clean that off good enough. And anything that the raw meat touches needs to be cleaned. And when I'm done cutting this, I'm going to wash my hands before I touch anything else. I had an ER nurse comment
not too long ago, or I'm sorry, not an ER nurse, she was an intensive care nurse. And she said that the majority of their patients that they see in intensive care, it's due to improperly handled food in the kitchen at home, where they cook something and cross-contaminated stuff all over their kitchen, and they've spread salmonella or E. coli, and you really, really have to be careful with raw meat. But if you're cutting this at home, I mean, if you buy the whole pork one, you might not know what you want to make with it because it makes great pork roast. You can cook it on the grill. You can make barbecue sandwiches out of it, or you can do pork chops. You can do thin pork chops, thick pork chops, stuffed pork chops. So you might not want to have them cut it. If you cut it at home, turn it with the fat up. If you turn it with the fat up, when you cut through it, it's easier to get through the fat. If that fat's on the bottom, it's going to tend to string and pull, and it's going to be really hard to cut. You want to make sure you sharpen your knife, and you just cut the pork chops however thick you would like them. You can go anywhere from a ½ inch to an inch thick. Keep in mind that the thicker the pork chop, the longer it's going to take to cook. And if you're frying them, generally you don't want it super thick because you don't want your breading to burn. Another thing that makes meat tough, if you buy these and you don't know what you're going to cook with them and you put them in your freezer, don't cook them frozen. Make sure they are completely thawed out before you cook them. I have a drawer in my refrigerator. That one drawer, it kind of tends to partially freeze stuff, and that's where this was. So it's kind of a little bit frozen, but not really. That actually makes it much easier to slice if it's not super soft. But you wouldn't want to throw it in the frying pan with it still partially frozen. That would tend to make it tough. And this will be completely thawed out by the time it's done marinating, so it will be okay. Again, the knife touches the meat. I want to make sure it goes straight into the sink. I don't want to sit down and get that on my countertop. A manual meat tenderizer is a great way to make sure that your meat is not tough. I don't really like to use the sprinkle-on tenderizers. I prefer to do this. This also kind of opens it up so that the spices and the seasonings can get into it, the marinade can get into it, and it just takes a second. You just pound each side of the meat. Turn it over. When you're doing this, you do want to kind of watch, and you want to make sure that it doesn't splatter. And anywhere that it splatters, that needs to be wiped and disinfected, because you don't want to come back and sit your finished pork chop down when you splatter your raw pork chops. Or maybe if you're making a salad or something, you certainly don't want to get your salad in where your raw pork chops have been. Okay, you get the idea there. There's no big trick to that. You can get all different kinds of these meat tenderizers. Mine has some pretty big teeth in it, so it really kind of chops into the meat, but it also has an edge with smaller teeth. I like this. This one's very old. I wouldn't have a clue where you get one like this. I always put this in the dishwasher and it's turned into a funny color, but I put it in the dishwasher because the dishwasher sanitizes and sterilizes everything. And again, with stuff that touches meat, you want to make sure it's well cleaned. So what you're going to do, once you get them all tenderized, you want to put them in your marinade, put a lid on it so it doesn't spill out in your refrigerator, put them in the refrigerator and let them sit for about an hour. So I'm going to clean this up and then we'll be back with our marinated pork chops. Okay, I've got my meat all cleaned up, all the mess from the raw meat, and I've washed my hands, and I have a soapy sponge. Now, I don't like to spray disinfectants in the kitchen, especially when I'm cooking, because I don't want to get that in my food. So I usually just put soap on a sponge, a disinfectant dish soap is fine, and that will clean up the area where I've been working. And I don't have to spray any disinfectant. You can also use wipes and make all kinds of kitchen wipes that will kill all the germs, and you don't have to spray anything. But you do need to be careful with chemicals around your food, and just a simple dish soap will take care of any germs that are left on the surface. And I had down that mat, so there wasn't much that would have gotten on the countertop. But again, you want to be extra careful. I mean, the cross contamination is a huge health risk. Just make sure you got it all wiped up good. And here's another little tip. If you use sponges in your kitchen and you have a dishwasher, put your sponges in the silverware container in your dishwasher every time you run it, and it will sanitize them and sterilize them. And then you can just squeeze them out and reuse them. You'll keep them nice and clean, and they'll last for a very long time. You don't have to replace them very often at all if you just stick them in the dishwasher and clean them every time you do the dishes. Okay, now we've got our pork chops. They've been marinating for about an hour in lemon juice and milk because I didn't have buttermilk. And now they're ready to bread. You can put stuff in your marinade before you put your pork chops in the refrigerator. You can add all kinds of stuff like hot sauce, hot spices. You can put your salt and your pepper and your onion powder in there. And
Sa pagbabago ng mundo, ang samahan dito sa aming hapag nagbago rin. Ngunit pilit